so twisted, you're addicted. I feel your pain, 'cause you want me to. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. 'Cause I can't give you everything you want. Make you feel I'm so good for you. Love being bad for you. 'Cause I can't give everything you desire. So close the doors, let me in, let me taste the darkness in you. No one serves me like you. You ask me to slay you, to burn you, to haunt you, so you feel. So do you feel me now? I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. 'Cause I can't give you everything you want. Make you feel I'm so good for you. Love being bad for you. 'Cause I can't give be a warning. It's a cruel fate for love to fall apart. It's a switch blade drawn across my heart, and I don't wanna think what I'm thinking. And I don't wanna fall, but I'm falling. Deep, deep, deep in the dark. Deep, deep, deep in the dark. Fires keep burning. Desires keep turning black. It's not over till I say so. It's not over till I'm ready to let it go. Go till I'm ready to let it go. Go till I'm ready to let it. I lie low, but in truth, I'm biding my time. Gonna mark what I choose, gonna sharpen my tongue. And I want to be free, but I need you. And I'm not gonna beg, so I tell you. It's not over till I say so. It's not over till I'm ready to let it go. Till I'm ready to let it go. Till I'm ready to let it go.
I'll challenge you, I'll challenge him, I'll challenge everyone, I am a king. I'll challenge statuses, I'll challenge me. Step to my game, you got no time to sleep. I'm running the wind, I run in the snow. Outwork them all, best expect me to blow. I've tasted the low, I've tasted the high. Best I ever did was to not give it time, I just stayed on my grind. What you gonna do when they come for you? We just go hard. What you gonna do when you lose out? You just go hard. What you gonna do when they come for you? You just go hard. What you gonna do when you fall down? You just go hard. 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 I challenge you, I challenge him, I challenge everyone, I am a king. I challenge statuses, I challenge standing in a crowded room, but it feels so empty. I'm haunted by my thoughts of you, and it's killing me, killing me. I'm trying hard to see the light, but the dark knows me by name. I shout your name into the night, 'cause every day I wanna be with you. I wanna be with you. I sell my soul just to be with you. I sell my soul just to be with you. I sell my soul just to be with you. I sell my soul just to be with you. And I know it's all my fault. I feel the guilt and the shame. Tried to make a deal with the devil, but he just turned me away. So what can I do to get back to you? I run through the fire and bathe in the brimstone. Visions of your face, it keeps me away. I have no peace, this pain won't leave me alone. No, I'm trying hard to see the light, but the dark knows me by name. I shout your name into the night, 'cause every day I wanna be with you. I wanna be with you. I sell my soul just to be with you. I sell my soul just to be with you. I sell my soul just to be with you. I sell my soul just to be with you. Hey, what I'm doing? Hey, getting right to it. Yeah, the money is talking, I'm flowing, it's coming in just how I do it. Yeah, you know what it is. Hey, we doing it big. Look up, there is no limit, no, we cannot settle for this. Yeah, can't stop, nah, won't stop. Yeah, it's been on live. You don't believe it, just watch. I had to deal with the cards dealt, hey, when no one's help. When it's time for action, headlines and captions. Just imagine all of the hours that I put in running and gunning the passion. All of them clap, big applause. Wish I could pause all their reactions. Ooh, we know I never had a losing streak. I know you see what adrenaline's doing to me. I've been kicking game Bruce Lee. You ain't in the game too weak. Make them feel the pain too deep. Tell them get out the kitchen, you can't take the heat. Hey, what I'm doing? Hey, getting right to it. The money is talking, I'm flowing, it's coming in just how I do it. Yeah, can't stop, nah, won't stop. Yeah, it's been on live. You don't believe it, just watch. Yeah,
was the first to lose. Working in the gym, taking shots, I'm trying to perfect my moves. Early bird gets the worm, I don't got time to snooze. I'm not in the frat, but every year I still pay my dues. Do it for mama dues. Wanna get a house with a pool and an amazing view, so she could watch her son do what he wanna do. Cause lately I've been ballin' like an alley-oop.
We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. Y'all don't want me to win, I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face. We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. Y'all don't want me to win, I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face.
You say you're looking, keep looking for it, but you can't find it. Can't find another one to get around with. You try and try, but never find someone who's fine. Keep looking for it, but you can't find it. Can't find another one to get around with. You try and try, never find another me. What is missing when you've been? Tell me something I can hear. Body screaming. You won't admit that you want me close. I know your needs, you know I know. When you're with me, you feel it the most on the low, low, low. You say you're looking, keep looking for it, but you can't find it. Can't find another one to get around with. You try and try, but never find someone who's fine. Keep looking for it, but you can't find it. Can't find another one to get around with. You try and try, never find another me.
I just wanna lay here. Don't know what I'm waiting for. Don't know what I'm aiming for. I've just gotta feel it. Late night, yeah, my head be spinning around. Yeah, I was once lost, but baby, you got me feeling found. It's time to show me how it's done. This is the glow up. Come on, it's time to have some fun. Yeah, that's right. We're gonna break it down. We giving big love. We're gonna show 'em how it's done. That's right. We're gonna show 'em. I've got to keep fighting. Strike hard, I'm like lightning. It's my life, I rewrite it. Yeah, I'm gonna show ya. Late night, yeah, my head be spinning around. Yeah, I was once lost, but baby, you got me feeling found. It's time to show 'em how time to show 'em how it's done. This is the glow up. Strike hard, I'm like lightning. It's time to have some fun. Yeah, that's my life, that's right. And I've got to keep fighting. We give it big love. We're gonna show 'em how it's done. That's right. Come on, this is our time, and we're gonna show 'em.
Do you feel what the eyes can't see? You hear it calling way down deep. Trust your heart, it'll keep you true. This world expects so much from you. From the dark out into the light, it'll come in the middle of the night. You were raised in the sacred place. Evil runs when it sees your face. Throne calls your name, you know it's your time. Good will stand and the shadows will hide. Thousand souls listen at your side. Take your people into the light. They won't take you alive. Stand here and you must follow me, my friend. Stay together, we can make it home again. Take a look at this place once more. The people, the home that you're fighting for. Throne calls your name, you know it's your time. Good will stand and the shadows will hide. Thousand souls listen at your side. Take your people into the light. They won't take you alive. Stand here and every step will test your soul. You will walk out pure and whole, stronger than the day before. Tomorrow you'll fight for more.
So don't you tell me about love is no pain. Nothing okay. 'Cause I know what it feels like to touch the bottom when the temperature's so far away. Believing every second wasted. You make it count so you control what you mean. I know tears, no pain, no more excuses. So don't you tell me about love is no pain. Nothing okay. 'Cause I know what it feels like to touch the bottom when the temperature's so far away. Believing every
'cause you want me to. I'm so twisted, you're addicted. I feel your pain 'cause you want me to. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. 'Cause I can't give you everything you want. Make you feel I'm so good for you. Love being bad for you. 'Cause I can't give everything you desire. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. 'Cause I can't give you everything you want. Make you feel I'm so good for you. Love being bad for you. 'Cause I can't give so close the doors, let me in, let me taste the darkness in you. No one serves me like you. You ask me to slay you, to burn you, to haunt you, so you feel. So do you feel me now? I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. 'Cause I can't give you everything you want. Make you feel I'm so good for you. Love being bad for you. 'Cause I can't give everything you Tell me something
Flex on the beat. Flex on the beat.
Hello, LCO and PCS fans alike. We are back here for the game between Chiefs and Frank, and it's a good one ahead of us, of course, brought to you by Riot Games, Carry Live, and our new sponsor, TTL Brand Ramen, which create a whole bunch of new flavors. There is Sichuan, spicy beef, boiled noodles, and they've just launched. So there are Chinese and Western available for you, and you can get them from the TTL Brand Ramen website. Now, I am your host, Vestian. Alongside me, it is everyone's favorite, Shock.
Everyone's favorite, eh? I thought that was you.
No, it's you, pal.
Oh, okay. Well, that's very nice. And I think what was also very nice is going to be this series today, because I think Frank taking on the Chiefs is, I want to say, maybe the closest matchup that we're going to see in this first round-ish of the playoffs, because I think that it depends what Frank shows up, of course. You know, if we're thinking last split Frank, then it's probably going to be fairly one-sided. But Frank, towards the tail end of the split, they were starting to get back into form, but definitely throughout the split were struggling a lot. And we'll take a look at the playoff bracket so far. And it's been, I think, every result has been pretty much as expected, other than maybe the Beyond J Team one. Yeah. That was one we were thinking would probably go the other way. And I think match scores, for the most part, are also fairly accurate, again, aside from that one series. So this is one that I think could go the distance. Yeah. Could go to 5 games. Again, I'm not sure. And I think a lot of it, we will just be able to tell straight up from Frank's draft, because I think that Frank, they have very clear things that they want. And the funny thing is, I don't think they realize they want those. Like, they have such high success when they're playing likes of Annie Viego or Nico Viego, very similar to Beyond's mid jungle. But when they don't get those, they really struggle to kind of open up mid lane, and their side lanes feel like they're kind of just, they're just there, right? Like, a lot of the time, red side last pick, solo kill will 1v9, but then if he doesn't, right, nothing really comes from there. So I think that Chiefs in the draft phase really do have their work cut out to deny those power picks over to Frank, and also just for Frank to realize, like, hey, this is your strength, you should play towards it. Yeah,
definitely, and it will be the Chiefs on the blue side, so there is the option for Solo Kill to get his 1v9 top lane counter pick. I think an important thing to mention in this draft is, obviously after the Chiefs' win up against DCG with that Renekton Sejuani combo, is it something that Frank looked to get away from them? They do typically ban the Maokai Sejuani anyway, so you do expect possibly that Sejuani will just be banned. But the Renekton, it was really the champion that carried the Chiefs. BioPanther having a phenomenal game on that up against DCG. And you do feel like it is just, why would you give it to them when they've shown so much success over on it? There are so many other top lane champions that Solo Kill's able to play. And perhaps if they're not on the Renekton, he's even able to punish their lane more than he perhaps would and look for one of those carry performances. Of course, it will be Babbitt who is starting here for the jungle for Chiefs. It will not be Kevy. He did have a pretty good performance, I think, and they did pick up the win having Kevy, but maybe Babbitt performing better in the scrims over the past week. Not so sure, but we'll have to see. And inside of Frank, I mean, as you sort of touched on, they have a very similar win style that the likes of Beyond do, but they don't often go towards it. And I guess one thing to mention, and we've talked about it off the cast, is Pretenders Talia, because we haven't seen it this split, but we've only finally started to see Talia again. We saw, obviously, Maple pick it, made it look really, really good. And now I do suspect that it's something that Frank may look to pick up, because especially in the last playoff series that they had over in summer, they had a really, really good look when they were playing Malphite Talia. And honestly, I think that was one of their best games they've ever played. They had so much success, and Pretender does like to be a facilitatory mid. Talia offers that while also being able to carry, so it's certainly something that they could look towards.
For sure. I'd like to see it. And I think just having more options is going to be important because I expect that Chiefs have done their research and will ban some of these things away. As you said before, Chiefs chose the blue side, and it makes sense. Everyone's choosing blue side because of the flexibility you get with the first pick and, of course, the bans. But I think Frank is one of the stronger red side teams just because Solo Kill has a plethora, really, of those red side fifth picks that can come through. I mean, he's played the Udyr, the Gangplank, the Gwen. I believe last split, what did he play top? It was something real weird. I can't remember off the top of my head. It was something...
He's played a whole lot of different stuff. That guy, I mean, he even played a Garen pick last split.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking of.
Yeah. They ended up losing that game, but he did do well in it. 80 carry, though, it is Raze that is edging out in most of these stats. In fact, all of the stats. And he has looked pretty good over in the LCO. Obviously, these stats come from the LCO, and so Eminem's coming from the PCS, where you'd argue a harder region as an AD carry to find such high sort of DPM and damage per golds. But, I mean, Eminem honestly looks like a very good AD carry player, and he does have Kaiwing, who is one of the better engaged support players. Even before the engaged support became meta, always did like those. He sets up his team. I believe he is the shot caller of the team too, so it does make sense to have your shot caller be able to sort of pull the trigger on a lot of things. Heading into the draft though, Chiefs have done their research. That is the Viego first ban already up against Kenny Chan. Looks like one of his stronger champions. Another notable champion for Kenny Chan is Poppy, something that he hasn't lost on yet. And I mean, in his very first week when they finally found success, I guess it was week number 2, he had some standout performances on that Poppy. So I wonder if they're going to look towards that. So far, it is the Xayah ban. Nico banned against them. Almost feels like it's actually banned against themselves from Frank.
Yeah, that's the worry. I do think Kisse and Pretender share a fair amount of champion pool, at least in the facilitators. I think after that, they kind of branch out. Like, Kisse likes a lot of the assassins. Pretender would probably then go towards the mages. But at least in that Annie Nico, I think Anna LeBlanc as well. Those are all shared picks. Tristana is that ban away. And I believe all split long, it was the Maokai and Sedge being banned so that Kenny Chan could play the carries. And I wonder if Frankie coming in here now saying that they want to play that. We'll have to see. Or maybe they just don't think that Chiefs are going to prioritize it. You'd have to feel they would.
Yeah, Vi ban is another good ban when you're up against facilitator mid.
Especially with the Xayah band as well.
I like this. I like Chiefs bans thus far, but obviously the bans don't tell you a whole lot. You need to get into those picks and see what they can pull together. Kai'Sa banned. Makes a lot of sense. And now they do have the option of taking the Renekton. They likely will lose Jax and Sejuani to it, but they can have the Renekton Maokai, which feels arguably just as strong. Although hovering the Jace, this almost would be a better pick. Just champion to champion. Jace seems like he is very, very dominant currently in the meta.
Yeah, I mean, you get the Jace without the Tristana to come through. But I do think there's a pretty high chance you just verse Annie plus some sort of engage. And I'm not sure if Jace can really make much headway. Now, a lot of the time, Jace was picked into Annie because in the mid game, you do heavily outrange. But obviously, you do have to be careful of getting engaged on. Renekton, I think it would make sense. It's a denial pick away from Bio, who had a spectacular game on it last week, I guess it was.
It was. Will be taken. So we're going to see solo kill on the Renekton. You almost suspect that this will be a Sejuani or a Maokai. And now, while the champions are very powerful, you do feel pretty good as the Chiefs because you've now got Kenny Chan off of one of those primary carry junglers. I don't think the Lee Sin will be locked in, but it would be exciting to see. This feels more Kenny Chan-esque, and that feels very Kenny Chan-esque.
Yeah, they did play it before, but I think something else would be a stronger pick. So they lock in the Maokai. And I wonder what the reasoning is. Yeah, because you do feel like this gives over the Jax Sedge, and I guess there's an argument that, you know, Jace Maokai is potentially even stronger, but I'm not sure. Either way, let's see what Chiefs decide to go for. Feels like the Sedge Jax is the obvious choice.
Yeah.
And it does work well with Jace too, so... or perhaps the Vern. So while I think that is better, maybe, some of the time, I'm not sure if it's as good with what's been shown so far.
Oh.
Okay.
Well, this would be exciting.
Yeah.
And I think Aatrox and Ivern would probably function better than the Sejuani with Aatrox because
I think so.
It isn't very easy for Aatrox to be looking for those auto attacks to assist the Sejuani, and Jace primarily will be in that cannon form, so is also not able to help stack up. So it makes a lot of sense, and they don't even go for their top laner yet. They're actually just happy to give over bans. They lock in the Alistar to get their pick of the supports. Now, there is still Rail, Leona, Nautilus all left open, so Frank will likely get something they want in that support role, and might not even be too surprising to see them pick it up here, although they may just look for the Annie, because it certainly would be banned going forward. Pretender also a very formidable LeBlanc player, and do you think there's ever a chance we get to see the Pretender of old and the Assassin LeBlanc? Because honestly, he looked like the best LeBlanc in the league when he was playing that edition of LeBlanc. I'm not sure how much success they've found on this one. In fact, it hasn't been a whole lot, so I almost want to see the Assassin LeBlanc, but I'm almost certain it's not going to be.
Yeah, I think that it probably won't be. I think having the longsword with the fleet start makes laning against Jace a lot easier. In fact, I'd say you beat Jace with this build. And I also think that it's harder to burst targets against Ivern, so maybe there's an argument for it. At the same time, it's hard to poke versus Ivern too. You can just shield all that up. So we'll see. I think Frank's comp so far definitely says that we want to both get ahead and play from ahead. But if Chiefs do fall behind, it can be really rough for them. Alternatively, if they get ahead, I mean, there's not many windows for Frank to come back into it. Let's head towards our 4-5, though. The Ornn is the ban. So Solokill, I think he's trying to just make sure he can take advantage of top.
Yeah.
Solokill, very strong laner, and obviously he has a strong laning champ here with the Renekton.
And I think notably as well, because there's no Sejuani, you're less threatened by a Jax, because now the Renekton really does just have a very good time up on that top side. In fact, banning away the Poppy, so they've gotten rid of 2 tanks up there that do well into the Renekton. Chiefs, on the other side, opting to ban those engaged supports, and I think the Nautilus and Rakan make a lot of sense. A lot of playmaking can come through from those two. Rel, currently the hover, almost certainly will be the lock-in here for Kaiwings. Played a lot of Rel, looked very good on it.
Yeah, so I believe previously when Chiefs played this comp, they did play it with the Ziggs, so that they had the Ziggs for poke, but it's a pretty difficult comp, I think, to play the Ziggs into. We'll see, because you can easily just go Ziggs and AD top, so the damage isn't an issue.
And you do miss out on the lifesteal if you do go Ziggs, but you do also have Ivern there to try and pad up a little bit of the damage.
Yeah.
Israel, the current hover, I'm not sure how much I'd like the Israel.
I like the Zeri.
Yeah.
I think that Zeri being able to access lifesteal relatively early is really nice. We saw the BT second yesterday, so
yeah,
that's always an option.
Big brain on that guy.
I'm a big fan of that. I think it does function better here. And last pick, would it be more AP?
Well, there's not a whole lot of AP.
Yeah, I guess there's just a lot of random damage.
Yeah. I mean,
you can kind of pick whatever you want, I think.
Yeah, I think you do have the choice to go pretty much either AP or AD here. Aatrox again, the hover. Gragas, I think, makes more sense. I think you do want something that actually offers straight up AP damage, because it sort of does become... Zeri does a little bit of magic damage, Alistar and Ivern do a little bit of magic damage, but it's never going to be threatening enough that you have to opt into magic resist, and so now locking in the Gragas has a neutralizing matchup against the Renekton, so you feel pretty good about that. Also, has the ability to engage or disengage, which feels very good because you have the Jace there that wants to poke, but then you also have the ability to go forward with that Alistar, with the Zeri. And so Gragas pretty much being able to facilitate both sides of what the Chiefs comp want to do feels quite nice. Aphelios being the lock-in here. It is an Eminem classic. He does look very, very good on the Aphelios, especially at the later stages of the game. And I think... I mean, looking at the drafts, who do you think's won this one? Because I honestly like the Chiefs draft. I think I like what they've put together. Maybe even catching Frank by surprise by not taking that Sejuani and opting into the Ivern.
Yeah, I think that if executed well, I believe Chiefs do have the stronger draft overall, but I do worry a little bit about the execution behind it because I don't think it's the easiest comp to play. There's a lot of, kiting back, trying to find engages at the right moments, making sure poke lands from these two, the Jace and the Zeri, whereas I feel like Frank can pretty much just press ults and fight, which... I mean, it works really well in the PCS, so ultimately it is just going to come down to execution and if Chiefs can keep this early game competitive, because Frank, even in their slump, similar to CFO, still put up some pretty strong early games. It was kind of once they hit the mid game, honestly kind of similar to Bliss, that they would start to fall apart.
Yeah, I don't know if you remember, but if you cast your mind back to week number 1, where they went 0-3, they were against the likes of, I think it was PSG, CFO, Beyond, and all 3 of those games, they almost won. So it's not like this team was just losing and they looked terrible. They did look good. They just never really found their identity. And I think in this game, they've pretty much got exactly what their identity is, other than we don't have Kenny Chan on a carry jungler. And so we'll have to see if that is actually the big main point of their team, because it does seem like when he's on the Viego, this is a whole different roster, at least during the regular season. Obviously, this is the first time we're going to see Frank here in the playoffs. And it is going to be interesting to see what they have, because honestly, it does almost feel to me like you would favor the Chiefs coming into this. I think they did a really good job against DCG, and I'd argue that the job they did against DCG might be better than what Frank could possibly do. But we haven't seen Frank in 2 weeks now, and we're finally going to get to, as we load now onto the Rift for game number 1 between the Chiefs and Frank. This could be the last series we see the Chiefs in here for this year. Likewise for Frank, it could be. And so important games. We look to the runes. Ari, take us through the runes. Anything you don't usually suspect?
Nothing really different, but something I will say is that the LeBlancs, there's a lot of different takes on the LeBlanc runes at the moment, because even if you take DMAT, you still don't one-shot the wave on this patch, but it does obviously make them a lot lower. At the same time, if you take the Scorch, you have a lot more presence in the laning phase, and that makes you get your Shiv faster. It means that you are able to, get prio and get in the river first, because I think LeBlanc is a champ, especially with this build, that needs to get to fights first and needs to be able to poke. So I'm more of a fan of the lane dominant setup. But we'll see if Pretender gets anything done with it. And I think Kize, he's responded well. He's got that second win. And that's always kind of a mind game, because I think that if you are versus LeBlanc taking the D-match, something a bit more scaling oriented, you can maybe get away with a bit more scaling of your own. But if they don't, and you end up with some greedy runes, you will be punished for it.
Yep, junglers starting on the same side of the map, but of course Ivan, his pathing is different to any other jungler, as he just goes through, starts getting the camps prepped up, and he'll go back and claim them later. Now, one thing that is interesting, I think, to me, is the Grasp of the Undying on the Gragas. So he will be a little bit tankier, but he doesn't have access to that, what is it, Phase Rush.
Yeah.
So it can be a little bit more vulnerable going up against the Renekton. If he gets stunned up, he doesn't really have the ability to just instantly drop 3 abilities and sprint on out of there. As you see, solo kill, at least for now, maintaining control over the wave.
He's doing a good job.
I think Biopanther doesn't have to be too worried, though. And I think with the Grasp, also, it tells you that this is going to be more likely a tank build on the Gragas, which I actually don't know if I like. I think... Have we even seen a tank Gragas in the PCS this split?
I feel like we have, but I can't remember who played it. And I think that there is enough mixed magic damage that you're not forced into the AP build, but I think you're right that having just the AP nuke might be better here, because it doesn't... I don't know, maybe they want to be able to play for an easier 5v5, and just having a tank that can stand in front of your team makes that easier to accomplish. But I wonder then if you're playing a little bit into Frank's win condition. So I'm not sure, honestly. We'll just have to see how it plays out. And I have faith in Bio. He's very good on the tanks, and honestly, he's been really good on the carries too. He performed very well on Renekton, which, while maybe not a super 1v9 carry champ, he's definitely more of a carry than he is a tank these days.
Definitely. Now, I think my thoughts on the sort of why you'd want the AP Gragas is, in terms of sustained damage in a fight, it really is going to be only Eminem on that Aphelios. And Gragas, one of the few champions that, despite Aphelios' range, has a pretty good time at getting to him and being able to sort of CC him up for long enough for the team to follow up and kill him down. But maybe without that additional damage coming through the Gragas, it does become a little bit harder. Kenny Chan now onto his Scuttle Crab, as it will be matched by Babip down on the bot side. Level 4 here for Babip, a lot earlier than Kenny Chan. He should get it off this. Oh, he doesn't. He's still camped behind. Obviously, Krugs haven't been taken yet.
Big trades in mid, because he has managed to keep health fairly even. It is a little worrying that he is probably going to have a fairly bad base here. I think he's probably only going to get tier longsword.
I wonder if Doran's Shield might have been better.
I think a lot of people do take Doran's Shield up against LeBlanc. You know, one little annoying thing, I guess, about competitive is that you can't check what runes your opponent has taken, like within the tree itself.
Yeah.
Whereas in solo queue, go on OPGG and you can click and see if they have Scorch or not. But I guess you can assume that if she has Sorcery, probably does have the Scorch. It is that tier longsword picked up, which is going to mean that Jace is not that strong around mid lane, at least for a time. And Pretender still hasn't reset, so he's also going to base with a lot more gold than Kisei does. And this is maybe a little worrying. I think that there's going to be a lot of priority coming from mid, and that's going to make Ivan's job pretty hard, because Ivan's one of those champs that frequently likes to cross mid, just because it makes more sense for him, and he is willing to just be constantly brawling in rivers.
Look at Ivan.
He glides around the river.
He does. Astronaut Ivan. Now, Hextech Dragon will be the first dragon. I think, importantly, while often we don't talk about the powers of these initial dragons, I think Hextech Dragon is probably the only one that offers, maybe even Ocean Soul early game, Ocean Dragon early game, but Hextech Dragon actually offers you quite a lot because the additional attack speed as well as that additional ability haste is actually pretty meaningful even in the early stages of the game, as we see a scuffle coming out bot lane. As Aladot getting very low, going to have to flash away. It is going to cost that Ghost from Eminem as well as the Ignite from Kaiwing, but overall very good trade in favor of Eminem and Kaiwing down here in the bot wave.
Definitely happy with that. Because they did manage to get another base off there as Pretender went for one. There is still no Dirk for the Jace. We'll have to see if anyone pressures this first dragon or not. I think we might see Herald be the place of pressure, especially with the Renekton in the game. Looks like Eminem probably overdue a reset here. Can look for that. Baba is spotted out there by the sapling, so they will get some confirmation on him, and that's always nice, just to be able to play your lanes a little more aggressively.
I think I remember who the tank Gragas was, by the way. It was Driver, but he went Rod of Ages first. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I do remember that. That wasn't the one I was thinking of. I'm pretty sure someone has played Sunfire Gragas.
You're probably right.
But
we have seen a lot of Gragases,
yeah,
and they're generally just into Jax, and you go full AP and punish that guy, but not in this one. Does feel a little bit harder to punish a Renekton just because of the amount of inbuilt sustain that guy has. As ult's traded top, definitely a trade that favors the Gragas in the early stages of the game.
Look at that, Gragas doesn't have a point in Q. I don't know if you saw that. He has 3 points E and 2 points W. Very interesting.
Okay.
I guess the poke doesn't really do anything versus Renekton, and it's not like you have Phase Rush. You don't really need the added ability to proc it.
That is still interesting, though, because, I mean, it could be helpful if a gank comes and just landing that slow. But, anyway, doesn't have it, I guess. Will be first dragon picked up here by the side of Frank. Makes a lot of sense. They obviously have the priority. LeBlanc a bit stronger than the Jace at this stage of the game. Even though the skirmish should favor the Jace, just the priority she offered allows that to be taken. As well as Ivern really needs Daisy before these skirmishes can start going in his favor.
For sure. Baba is around mid. I wonder if he just wants to pressure so that he can get Prio and come up to the Herald. Solical, he doesn't have ult yet, but I think it will be back up shortly after. Maybe they can get this takeaway.
Wow.
Oh, what a yoink.
How broken is Ivern? Just actually goes in there and gobbles himself up a blue buff, and now he's off. He's gliding up to the top side of the map.
Yeah.
Black Panther doesn't have a Q yet.
Wow, 3 points. I love that. 3 points in W and 3 points in E. Killy's going to reset, and he should have the Dirk now, so that's going to be a nice pickup. Solo kill. He's not going to have his ult in time for Herald spawning, but you feel like it should be up for the fight. And with both mids forced to reset, I think Kize will actually be on the map first. This could be the Chiefs looking at this, depending on how the bot prior goes.
And the interesting thing, I think, about the whole Gragas no Q is that you know that this matchup has come up a lot in scrims because these are two top champions that are still picked quite often. And so obviously he would have gone into scrims, he would have tried it with the Q and then tried it without and realized, wow, this, without Q, the Q is a useless ability and I don't really need it. And I guess one thing is that maybe having more points in W means that last hitting the minions is easier, especially because Gragas will pretty much always be at his tower against the Renekton. It's not like the Jax matchup where you can poke him off.
Well, level 6 was ticked there for Aladoric, and it's still level 5 on Kaiwing.
There is no flash here available for the Alistair, as he does get Eminem's flash out as well, and Raze going forward. Big trade there in favor of Chiefs, using that XP advantage they somehow found, maybe because of the dragon, to really pull the trigger and punish.
Yeah, I think that's what Kaiwing was actually looking for. He was hoping that he would get 6, but now maybe a gank on the bot side. There are no TPs available and no flash in Eminem. He ults for the sustain. I do like that.
Yeah,
but is he still in trouble? They're going to have to walk away. Now, if they do manage to get away and all they lose is a plate, it's not too bad. I think you call it pretty even, all things considered, but still something you wouldn't want to lose. Nice respect, though. Keeps them alive.
Yeah.
And we'll just be able to continue to farm this up. And now it's up to Kenny Chan to trade a little bit of that gold back with the Herald. Still no kills here, though. So it's been relatively quiet.
Yeah. And solo kill has himself 10 CS per minute, so even more than that, actually. And he's feeling pretty good on the Renekton. And it does mean that you almost certainly have to continuously give up pressure on the top side. Obviously, during that time, the Herald being picked up, there's no way you can contest, especially because Babbitt's bot side. But if he wasn't bot side, it still likely would just be the Herald going over. This Renekton now, already at Gore Drinker, is insanely strong.
Yeah, he's a big boy. Pretender, I think he might have the Shiv now. Looks like he's going to reset for it. Maybe a plate can be traded back here by Bio. Does get it. He's got the Demolish. He still has no point in Q. 3 points E, or sorry, 5 points E, 3 points W.
Damn.
It's definitely interesting. It's cool to see, though, a little bit of optimization for the matchup. 2 Shivs completed now on the LeBlanc and the Zeri, so could be seeing some wave clear wars in the mid game.
It is cool to see optimization. I think I'm yet to be proven that it is an optimization. Really does. It feels like this is how the lane would go anyway, in all honesty. And it feels like you've weakened your chances at skirmishing too. Not that you'd ever really win them anyway.
Yeah, perhaps it doesn't make the biggest difference in the world, but it's something. Kenny Chan, he's completed his mythic as well, and he should be pathing straight out onto the bot side. Dragon is up soon as well, so this could be a Herald mid set up for Dragon angle. And Shiv LeBlanc will still provide quite a lot of CC, and has a lot of CC to follow up on as well. So can still deal a fair amount of damage, even if they haven't really reached the damage spikes that they might need to contest this normally.
Does Zeri autoing backwards stack up static Shiv energize?
Probably.
Damn, that's broken. Now, we do just see the 2 members of Frank. I don't know if they're aware, but Babip has been sitting in this bush for quite some time. Obviously, Eminem still does not have access to his flash. Ghost even just popped now as Babip rears his head out of that bush. So the answer will be Kenny Chan coming down and ensuring that this wave can be pushed. But again, nice work here by the side of the Chiefs to manage to get more summoners out of this Aphelios, especially ahead of this Dragon, which has just spawned. Not having access to the Ghost as well as Flash means that this fight is a whole lot more tricky for Eminem to navigate.
They are starting it up. Kize, he's late on the map, but he does have his Mythic. I think Chiefs, they could play for a fight after, but they do need to land some poke, and Solo Kill is pathing straight here. I wonder if we'll see Bio end up TPing to it. And if he does, they do need to be careful, because top tower is on 2 plates, so at any point, Solo Kill can just TP back up and get himself an entire tower. Looks like this should be a 5v5, though. We'll see how well can Frank play it. Started up by Chiefs.
And no sums on Aphelios, so maybe it's really just going to be how much can this Renekton provide you, it feels. Obviously, it is the Sunfire Cape completed onto Biopanther, and Kize already getting pretty low on mana, as well as having to now walk around the long way to ensure that he can join his team. It's just going to be a front-to-back team fight. Teleport coming through from Pretender up into that top side near the mid wave, and we'll land that route there, and Biopanther going forward.
I'm a little surprised there was no ult coming out there. I think that they maybe could have killed Kenny Chan, or at least chunked him so low that there was no chance of doing this.
Solo Kill's location will be known. He did walk past a pink ward, and Pretender doing the exact same now. Moonlight Vigil comes down, it lands there onto Babip and Aladoric, and the fight breaks out. Kaiban getting very low. It's first blood over to Kize, as Biopanther, as well as Aladoric, doing so much to CC up this side. Double kill for Kize, a kill for Raze. It's traded over. Pretender gets 1 for himself, but now this LeBlanc and Maokai are being herded away. Kize looking for a 3rd, does not have access to Flash. He gets it in the hammer form and goes untargetable with that Duskblade as Pretender now flashing away. Raze does have his Flash available. Daisy now coming out, but will be able to distort over that wall and get himself to safety. But it's a 4-5-1 there in favor of the side of the Chiefs.
Yeah, absolute shellacking around there, and I think so much of that was the strength of the carries. You know, you saw in that fight, both the Jace and the Zeri did significantly more damage than their Frank counterparts, and I don't believe Eminem was really strong enough to take that fight, and Pretender as well. The LeBlanc doesn't really function that well in these fights, especially if no poke has landed before, and I think this was, I don't know, I think it's a misplay from Frank to start a fight like this. They're playing for the hard engage, and this works very well if you do have something like the Annie, but it's not the way LeBlanc wants to play. Kaiwin gets 1 shot on Eminem, left with nowhere to go. And despite Solo Kill's strength, he wasn't able to carry this fight, so now Chiefs put themselves in an incredible spot here. They get so much gold, and I think it going over to the Jace as well is so important. Feels like one of the
Oh,
hardest.
that
member.
is so sad for Pretender.
Yeah. Oof. That's Tilter for sure.
That would have been his immediate reaction after the untargetable too.
Yeah.
And it must have been only just off cooldown because he got it from killing Kaiwing at the beginning of the fight. So pretty heartbreaking there for Pretender, but very, very good if you're a Chiefs fan, as they have got themselves to an early lead. It's something we saw yesterday pretty continuously for Bliss. But Chiefs have shown that when they get these leads, they are actually able to get it across the line. Notably, it was BioPanther doing it really last time, and now it feels like a lot of it will be coming up to Kize. If he performs like Jimmy did yesterday on the Jace, you feel pretty comfortable with the ability to win here. And now, Rift Herald being looked at, and it feels like maybe you can fight it because of the power you just got, but this Renekton is still no slouch. He has Dominus, has Flash, but it seems like Frank are just going to give it up. And it will be an objective here, given over to the side of the Chiefs. They're trying to look for this mid tower, but won't be able to get to it.
Yeah, walking away from it for now. Just don't want to trade away too much for it. I think Chiefs do feel pretty comfortable around this, though. Kize has TP, and Pretender does not. Their first tower goes the way of solo kills, so Gold will now be tied up here. Oh, forces out the Flash. It still does not have a point in Q, by the way.
Imagine if he had a slow there.
Oh.
Okay, big trades down bottom.
That would be a big
gets this.
shutdown.
Yeah, this would be 600 gold in his back pocket.
Oh.
But he is just sniped away. It's Kize. He's on point. Picks himself up a 4th kill. And with that teleport available, it will be this Rift Herald started up. Should be collected here by the side of Chiefs.
Does look like it. I think this is a big worrying sign because obviously a major reason you pick this LeBlanc is to just accelerate past your opponent. It's got incredible 1v1. It's not as good in the team fights, but if you can't even win the 1v1s, if you can't have pressure over your opponent, you're in big trouble. So he went for the all-in, I guess, here, and must have been pretty close. Let's see what he started with. Only has 1 dash.
Oh, we didn't get the proc.
Yeah, just doesn't really have enough damage at this point. And it is tough without any dash, and once you're found here, it is really hard to dodge, especially when it's coming from Fog. So just well played by Kize, and not perfectly executed from Pretender. Costs him big. That would have been such a nice shutdown to get, and you wonder if now Frank is starting to feel a little desperate. There is no flash in this Jace for the time being.
Uh-oh, this is what we saw yesterday. Kize's gonna get caught out, and this could be a kill over to Pretender. It would be a lot of gold traded back. That's now a 700 gold shutdown. And all of a sudden, this LeBlanc is certainly going to be a menace, as that kill means so much gold. In fact, the gold lead almost evened out from that kill alone.
It is a big pickup, but I think it's still a time before LeBlanc is going to be online. It feels like when this LeBlanc build gets gold, it kind of shortens the time it needs to be useful, but it doesn't necessarily make it more useful right now, because I think it still needs that second, maybe even third item to really be putting on the hurt. And if Raze can get towards his lifesteal, that would be big. We'll see where he goes for his second item, because obviously that BT second from Shun against the LeBlanc yesterday looked really good. And I think maybe you don't need it with the Iron. Could be an argument, but maybe. Maybe we'll see it.
And I've got bad news for BioPanther.
What is it?
He's level 12 now, so once he levels up once more, he's going to have to put a point in Q.
Oh, no. There's a big bot wave.
What's he going to build secondary here? Because he hasn't got a mythic. Is it just going to be Jack Show? Looks like it might be.
Maybe.
What if he goes Frozen Gauntlet? Imagine that.
Who knows at this point? The Merman is now completed for Kize, so this is a really big spike, and just when you need it. They can drop the Herald and they can set up for this next drag, and I think this will be a really difficult fight for Frank.
Ooh.
They're going to lose this tower first, and Ivan's so good in these situations, especially when you're ahead.
Yeah.
So hard to deal with this champ. Now it is being traded back on the bot side, but you know this Herald is going to get another one.
Oh, and Eminem cops half his health bar and damage from that Jace poke. That was without the additional damage coming through from the Keystone there in the first strike. And now we're headed down to the river once again, as the Dragon is now live. Chiefs claim themselves a good amount of gold from that tower, gain some map pressure. And now we're looking towards this Dragon. Pretender not there, but does have teleport available to him. Yet to have his ult up, but shouldn't be too long, as Daisy's trying to do his best to zone away here. Pretender on the bottom side of the fight, and Kize feels pretty safe where he is. Aladoric even looking for a flank, and they're going to be zoned away. This will be the Dragon picked up. Second one of the game going over to the Chiefs now. as they look to stack those up towards a potential Dragon win condition. Aladoc's actually going in. Some poke landed by Keze will go on to this Renekton, and Pretender's just darting around the bot side, not really finding much. Q's there, goes back, stun from Solo Kill, but the flash away from Keze. Moonlight Vigil does connect, and the chain once again onto Babip, but Keze goes forward, gets that Duskblade proc, is going to be traded back, and Razor's trying to find the damage he needs. But it's Eminem that's full health and trying to wail here onto that back line of the Chiefs. And Pretender flashing forward does get knocked up, and the shield from Babip secures Aladoric's safety. It's a 1-for-1, all things considered, but a lot of cooldowns expended there by the Chiefs.
Yeah, a lot was used, and I think Babip saved that fight there. It looked like it was going to be pretty rough for the side of Chiefs. Really nice flanks and engage found from Frank, but it was disabled. And I think, importantly, Pretender did not have his Night Harvest in that fight. He must have been very close, but wasn't quite there. And this is a good way to start the fight, I think, for Frank. They're able to have their front line in front of them. They've also haven't really taken too much poke, and they've got LeBlanc on this flank. Then you'll see here, Keze, he almost looks like he's caught out, but that huge shield that comes in, even with all that damage, it takes a while, and Ivan as well in front of him. It keeps him safe from Pretender. So while LeBlanc is dealing a lot of total damage in the backline, not a lot of members actually going down, and it feels like Babip's Ivan was the main reason for that. Even another one there, maybe.
Absolutely, and it was Kai Wing who picked up the kill there onto Keze, so not the target you wanted the gold on, as there was Eminem as well as Pretender who certainly could have picked that one up, but ultimately I don't think it mattered. It was more about make sure he was out of the fight. He did manage to kill Solo Kill for himself, so even more gold onto this Jace. Certainly very scary, but does have to position pretty well because there is a lot of lockdown that can come through from this LeBlanc, the Maokai, the Renekton, and of course the Leona. And so not the easiest fights to navigate if you're a Jace, but really it is about trying to land some poke before the fights, because notably that fight, that was one thing that was absent. Your Jace is really massive, but wasn't able to poke first. And I think also questionable build here from Keze.
I saw that too, yeah. I do feel that's strange, given that you're most likely just hitting a Renekton here, but I guess there isn't a ton of armor coming through.
I still think it's just better to get that Void Staff Rylai's AD item.
Yeah, it's
the
not very
Geralda's
balanced.
Grudge is very, very strong. It is pretty much what we always see third on Jace, right?
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you see Cleaver instead, and sometimes you even see the Shojin picked up. But I'm not sure. I guess he's going Edge of Night here.
Yeah, he will be. And I guess it means that you can't get engaged on by a Solar Flare, but really anything else can hit you, because if LeBlanc jumps forward, she'll be queuing you first. That'll get rid of the shield, then can land pretty much any of her chains afterwards. We'll have to see, though. Maybe it just means he's going to be able to do more damage to Eminem, and that might be just the person he's trying to find. Notably, some lifesteal lacking from Eminem's build, so only will have access to any lifesteal when his Severum's up. Probably does have Bloodline as well as Overheal, but not the easiest, really, to get lifesteal. There's not a whole lot, especially after the nerfs that came through. I believe it was actually in the spring split.
Yeah. This tower is being pressured, and I expect this to end up going down. It's a bit too low, and Frank Member's not quite in position yet. I think this is also kind of a game of chicken at the moment of, if either side gets enough control around Baron and start it, it almost feels like they're in the losing spot, because there's a lot of poke that can come out from both sides. So it's really hard to be the ones to start this up, and maybe you are just playing towards Dragon fights. Now, something important, Raze has got a little bit of lifesteal, and this is still Pretender being pretty far from items. In fact, he's got a book. Now, I can't remember what...
That does build into Lichbane.
Is it?
It's Sheen, Book, and Aether Wisp.
Isn't it? Is it not Blasting Wand? Oh.
I'm pretty sure it's...
No, I can't remember. Well, let's see what he builds. If not, what would it be? Something like a Cosmic, I suppose, but... Feels a little strange.
That has to be Lich, right?
Yeah.
But, I mean, importantly, now we do see Babip has picked himself up in Mikhail's Crucible, so that will also help negate at least some of the CC that can come through. Obviously, there is a lot of it there on the side of Frank. And third item is picked up for the Jace, so is strong. Won't do as much damage, perhaps, to the Maokai or to the Renekton as you would with the Geraldas. But still, if it lands onto either Pretender or Eminem, will be a massive chunk. Even, honestly, at this stage, landing a big Jace chunk onto Eminem might even just lead to the Baron.
I think so, yeah. I feel like Eminem has such a tall order in this game, because he's got a Gragas that's incredibly tanky and has a lot of shielding as well, and he's really the only one that can deal with that.
Ooh. Pretender jumps forward and loses more health than Raze. That is a concern.
Oh, he gets some poke there.
This is
But it's
ultimately
just
going to be
being
healed
life
up.
stealed, yeah. And this is, I mean, again, I'm a LeBlanc hater at the moment. Oh, nice flash from Kenny-chan.
Kenny-chan does flash. It is an important cooldown, so doesn't really have all that good of an access onto the backline now. Solo Kill does importantly have himself a flank, and it is going to be a teleport coming out here. They're looking for the Renekton. Headbutt over the wall, very smart. Does commit that dice, but doesn't have the slice as well. And the teamfight completely broken out now as Kenny-chan finds his way onto the Jace, and it's all up to Raze to offer as much damage as possible. These tanks are surviving as Babip, trying to get out with his life, will not be able to do so. It's 2 kills here for the side of Frank. A lot of damage coming through from Eminem, who remained untouched for the duration of that fight, and I don't know how, but Kize, without the Maokai flash, got twisted advanced on and taken out so quick.
If that feels like the big thing, right? This is your Jace that is incredibly fed, will deal so much damage over the course of a fight. And it feels like now twice in a row has been taken out pretty early on. Definitely not what you want. I kind of hope we see a replay of it, but now looking towards the Baron, and with the jungler dead,
available,
they might be able to, but yeah, TP on Jace means this isn't as easy as it looks.
Zeri no ult, which is a very important cooldown. The teleport coming through now. Biopanther will be face checking, and you can't really take this down. There is no Dominus available as Pretender found his way there onto Raze, and is in fact likely to take him out. He does on the backside. Just found out Aladoric and Biopanther now being looked at as Frank get the Baron, but is still charging forward to look for the fight. Raze being caught out there really to the detriment of Team Chiefs as Frank secure themselves a Baron and now firmly ahead with a 3k gold lead.
Yeah, that was a really nice play from Pretender off the back end there. But first off, let's take a look at this first Dragon fight.
Starts off really good.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is all looking really nice here for Chiefs. They managed to set themselves up pretty good vision. They have control. They're grouped as 5. So this is all looking good. Keep your eyes on Kize because I think he must have gone melee. Yeah, so he meleeed into a Solar Flare, and even with, I guess, Edge of Night and Merc Treads and Mikhail's, he is still taken out. So just a big positioning issue ends up costing Chiefs in a big way as they now lose the Baron and a lot of gold off of this. Pretender was so low there. And look at this. This was so nice. So he goes on a Raze, he doesn't know he's there, then goes back to the pad and still manages to take him out on the back end. I mean, it was just a very clean LeBlanc play. Gets the shutdown as well, and much needed gold. I think he does now complete the Lich Bane, which I guess does build out of a Codex. Raze, he's not too happy with that one. He's got it. And level 16 LeBlanc, he's now 2 levels up on a Jace that at some point solo killed him and was, I think, 5-2 or 5-1.
Yeah, I think this really now is showing you that the Shireldas is coming in too late.
Yeah.
Because I think, honestly, the Jace has so much of a better time with that item because not only does it mean that you just do more damage to those frontliners, but you also get to slow them on the back end, which allows your team to look for things, and you're seeing how little damage he's doing to this Leona. This is certainly not the same amount of damage we were seeing from Jimmy and Jace yesterday, and I do truly think it's a lot to do with that build. You saw it in the last fight. This third item really didn't do anything.
No, really just was positioning that took him out, and you would have to favor more damage. Nature's Grasp does come through, will not be any follow-up on it, so I'm going to be happy with that. Still though, a minute on Baron. Will just be resets coming through, and they've got a 3.5k gold lead off of that, or Baron play, excuse me. And the gold lead sitting around 5k. Sterex now completed for solo kill, which is some much needed tankiness.
I think something that's worth mentioning is that 2 dragons early were picked up by Chiefs, and I don't think either team really gets outscaled.
No.
And this, in fact, maybe having the Ivan leads you to have a better scaling chances, especially on that Zeri. And so you can just sit back, let this next dragon go over, try and stop them from doing the Baron with your Jace, with your Zeri poke, and then just get some items. Because it is Raze who is very close to the Bloodthirster. You really do want the Shireldas to come through on this Jace. And it's Thornmail coming through third for Biopanther that you'd quite like to have as well, to cut down some of that healing from this 3-item Aphelios, as well as obviously just more armor against what is predominantly going to be physical damage coming through. And so I think Chiefs really can just sit back and try and stop the bleeding at this stage, as there isn't anything to fight over, although it looks like we're going to have a fight anyway, as everything is all breaking out here. Eminem staying untouched in the back line. It's Biopanther who is likely to go down first. Flash is over, does get himself out for now, but the Moonlight Vigil lands onto him as Ignite takes him out with that additional damage. Kenny-chan, as well as Pretender on the backside of this fight, looking for Babip, who does keep himself alive with that shield, but it's pressure over this topside tower, and you have to question, what are we fighting for and why bother?
And it does feel a little bit of desperation. They thought they could get a pick on the Kenny-chan, but he doesn't really feel like he can be the target. I think unless you can find Eminem or somehow Pretender. And they're
Big
looking for
knockout.
more.
Yeah, they do have Raze with his ult still as Pretender jumps over the wall but gets back before the Two the Skies will connect on him. And Kize finds some poke there into Pretender. It's not all that mentionable, as it does seem like Frank should just be able to take out this mid lane inhib and crack open the base of the Chiefs just 30 minutes into the game.
That base being broken, it will go a pretty long way, even if it's only the mid one. Obviously mid inhib the least important, but it's still nice, especially because if you do win a team fight, you can just run down mid and end the game. Bushbane LeBlanc makes that a lot easier. Now, next Dragon is in 2 more minutes, and it spawns at the same time as the Baron. So we might see some sort of trade. I think both teams should prioritize the Baron higher at this point. It's pretty unlikely that this game goes long enough for the Dragon win condition.
Oh. You hate it when your Sunfire doesn't claim your CS for you. Now, what is going to be the third item here from Babbitt? I believe it's Ardent. Or it could be... What's the other one? Staff of Water Walking, is it? I think.
It's Staff of Flowing Water, maybe? I don't know what it's called.
Something like that. It might... I think it actually makes more sense to go Ardent. The additional... I mean, maybe the cooldown reduction is nice for the Jace. But I think ultimately maybe the attack speed on Raze might be just a little bit better.
Yeah.
We'll see, though. As looks like we're going to have another fight here. It's Kenny Chan being looked at again. And we've tried this many a time. Raze jumps in, does pop his ult, but isn't going to be able to keep this proc as teleport from Pretender comes in as Kisei very, very low. Aladoc trying to peel, is not going to be able to. And this is just 2 members, 3 even, going down extremely quickly as Raze and Biopanther have it all to do to try and stop their base from going down. Recall's not even going to be able to come through, it feels like, as this super minion might just mean the game ends. It's going to be Biopanther who teleports in, might just be able to take out that minion. Does notably have his Q here, of course, being level 15. Raze in the area, but there's another wave turning up, and Kenny Chan's gone forward. Biopanther has been removed from the map, and Pretender lands those chains like it's nothing. It's going to be Frank who take game number 1 in 32 minutes.
They do. Ends up being a pretty solid performance from Frank, and honestly much needed with the way they ended their season off. And it's a sad way, I think, for Chiefs to lose, because they were playing really well, and I think that they were in a pretty commanding position at some point, but it feels like almost the same things that were winning them the game were also losing them the game, right? Like Kisei, the performance in his early fight where he picked up 3 kills was really, really good. I mean, that was top-tier Jace team fighting. Unfortunately, follows it up with 2 very poor Jace team fights, and it feels like at the end of the day, the team fight execution from Frank was just stronger. Admittedly, also had the easier comp to execute, which I think goes a really long way. I mean, just being able to know, okay, we go forward, we press our buttons, that's all we need to do, not have any real prerequisites that need to be hit. Maybe an argument for LeBlanc poke, but that's pretty much it. Whereas on the side of Chiefs, it feels like, you know, one misstep from the Jace ends up costing him in a big way, and that's why I think in the PCS we see so many just full engage comes out.
Yeah.
Because they are just so easy to play, and they almost always work.
Now, Shock, if you cast your mind back to yesterday, games 1 and 2,
Yep.
how did Bliss end up fumbling sort of their early lead?
Was it being engaged on by Chelsea?
It was bot lane, around that outer tower.
Oh yeah, the side lane thing. I
and then
remember
this
that.
game, if you cast your mind back, a 700 gold shutdown happened in the exact same position as those ones did. And that was really like, Chiefs were about 1.5k ahead in gold at that stage, and then Kize gets caught out. Pretender gets 700 gold, which just amplifies his ability to get to that night, what is it, night harvester? And then really, that was the turning point, I think, because after there, Kize had another bad team fight afterwards in a very similar position down on that bot side, and it really was just, from then on out, it didn't seem like Frank were feeling all that pressured. And it's weird, because the Jace was so far ahead, and when the Jace is ahead, it's so difficult to play into, because as we said yesterday, it's quite easy if you're ahead against the Jace, because it's not so easy for Jace to walk in and find poke going into you. But when he is the one that you have to walk into, he can just sit there and be like a turret basically, and he just fires out those shock blasts. But after a couple of mistakes, it really was just constantly the Chiefs going forward and having to look for things while the Frank were just letting it happen. And I think it was 3, maybe 4 team fights in a row that Kenny Chan was the primary target that the Chiefs were focusing. Weird. And he wasn't the AP Maokai that you can actually take down. This was Radiant Virtue into Demonic. And he's not very easy to take down. You don't have all that much shred. And he was just surviving, and the whole team of Chiefs were going down to particularly some phenomenal play from Pretender.
Yeah, for sure. I think Pretender did play the game really well. I think Kaiwing as well, found the really good engages. So it's hard to say, how much of that is Kize giving Kaiwing the angle to engage on him. How much of it is just Kaiwing being a beast on Leona? Hard to say. I also don't think it's fair to pin all the blame on Kize for this game, because he was also the reason they were winning in the large part of it. And I think that honestly, it felt more of a team loss from Chiefs rather than any individual thing, because I do think that just knowing how to play out team fights, like, of course, it's up to the individual as well, but I think you can really have a discussion about it as a team of how you want fights to play out. And I think clearly that discussion wasn't there, or the correct outcome didn't come through, because like you said, the constant engages onto the Maokai, which feel almost like the last target, I think, because ultimately, even if you engage on Maokai, unless you can one-shot him before he gets the ult off, like, that's job done, pretty much. Whereas it feels like, you have to get on Eminem, or maybe if you can pick out Pretender, there could be a way, but I just don't think they have the tools really to do so.
No, it didn't feel like it. And honestly, I don't think it's so much that they didn't have the tools to. It feels like you didn't actually have to engage. You can just sit there and wait. If Frank decides to start up an objective, that is when you feel favored, because you can just hit at them while they're on the Baron or anything like that with that Jace. And even the Zeri poke that comes through. But that wasn't really what happened. It was skirmishes around the jungle, which isn't where you're favored, especially against a Maokai. He has access to bushes where he can put his saplings down. His ult covers every single choke, so you can't walk into it. Obviously, Aladoric, yes, he was tanking it up for the most part, and that's a good way to do it, of course. Your Alistair not taking all that much damage. But Eminem was just having a free time on the backside of the team fights, freely hitting it whoever he wanted to be able to hit, and then Pretender darting in and out, and of course, Solo Kill was finding a lot of value on the Renekton, as Renektons often do. And it feels like, I think you fight around objectives. You don't take these pointless fights over literally nothing in the top side of your jungle.
No, I think I agree. I also think that there maybe isn't the biggest takeaways for Chiefs from that game. I honestly think if you just play that same game out and you execute the team fights cleaner, you're in a really good spot. So I hope Chiefs do play something similar, or just don't feel the need to change everything, right? I don't think you look at this game and you're suddenly like, oh my god, we have to do something because this didn't work. I think this very nearly worked, and I think this was one of the more competitive games. I mean, Chiefs were making, especially in that early fight, some very proactive and good plays. And while it didn't quite work out this time, I think there's definitely potential for them to still pick up the series. As we'll get a look at, I believe this was the one that went really wrong for the side of Frank. So no poke really landed. This is still a LeBlanc that's relatively weak so far. And notice how this time it's Kaiwing being the one who's engaging on a tank, right? And you see how badly that goes. As Kize, once those cooldowns are used, can just go forward, clean them all up. Nothing else really to be said, as opposed to, queuing in on those fights too early when those cooldowns are still up and being punished for them. So this was a super nice fight from Kize and from the rest of the Chiefs. And of course, they were well rewarded for it. Had the triple kill, and a little lucky, I will say, there at the end, but you take those.
Yeah. Can't complain. Knew his limits. Now,
Which
what was this one?
Yeah, I don't remember
there
this
one.
There
were so many brawls.
Was this the Pretender base TP? Okay,
this
so it was
when
this one.
Yeah, this was the big problem.
Yeah, so I think if you're Kize here, all you need to do is keep yourself alive until after Nature's Grasp is used, until after Solar Flare is used. After that, you can do whatever you want. But I think you need to wait for those. And you can see here, he's already in melee.
Great start.
Yeah, it's looking good. Just needs to cut away. But I think queuing forward, when both of those are up, gets Solar Flared, the Nature's Grasp comes through after, and the W follows his flash. Really unfortunate. I think this was, again, it sucks to put a lot of that blame on Kize because he had such a good game, especially early on. But it was really a make or break fight. And if he hadn't died there, I think there's a very, very good chance the Chiefs win this fight, get the Baron, and suddenly the game's completely different.
Yeah, definitely. Because from this, it was Frank who picked up Baron, and you saw they got 3.5k gold from that Baron. And looking at damage, it was obviously Kize who picked up the most amount of damage in that game. And I think ultimately, Pretender did a lot by himself as well. But that was after picking up a 700 gold shutdown and constant gold in those team fights. And I think just a simple mistake like dying at your bot lane Elder, if that doesn't happen, you're even feeling a lot better then too, because you can almost play more aggressively if you are just that 700 gold more ahead, because you don't have the damage that will come onto you so quickly. But it was the mistake, it was Pretender who capitalized, and it is Pretender who picks up that MVP. Makes a whole lot of sense. I think he was the most pivotal member of the team for that win.
And I wonder if now, again, I don't think Chiefs need to overreact and suddenly change up the draft, but I think maybe taking away the LeBlanc or the Annie could be the way to go. It's hard because it feels like if you're not banning all three, then naturally he's just going to get one, right?
Yeah.
But
I honestly don't think the LeBlanc was that big of a problem, but
No,
It
it's a
kind of-
problem once it gets ahead.
yeah, but it only got ahead because of your
Exactly,
mistake. And
exactly.
so it felt like Chiefs played that early game as well as anyone could, really.
Yeah, I think so.
And then it was just really that one mistake that led Pretender back into the game. And I think ultimately Chiefs are a team that's good enough to not make that mistake. And I think that's something we got to look towards in our next game, which will be coming up very shortly. Of course, game number 1 picked up by Frank. We're going to go to a short little break. Once we're back, we'll have game number 2 for you.
好想吃花雕鸡面哦，可是还在加班。
加班也能来碗酒香补一补哦。
就是这味道，
这碗花雕鸡面帮你补身又补心，
好满足哦。
还有麻油鸡面赶走你疲累的寒意。要不要再来碗花雕酸菜牛肉面？暖心酒香的丰盛美味，台酒酒香经典系列。
这不就是我们以前常吃的三杯鸡？哇，现在好想吃哦！
笑脸嘞，要不要来碗三杯鸡风味干面？来，跟回味一拜。
就是这味道，
这碗浓郁咸香的酱，搭着葱花，再加上 Q 弹弹的面条，再淋上招牌米酒，吼吼！
这真是记忆中的美味啊！重现记忆中的街边美味，台酒面摊系列。
难得皇上莅迎蒙古，臣等备好贡品向皇上进献。
好想吃哦！
特此献上，此为酒香蒙古锅牛肉面，
就是这味道，浓郁的汤头为牛臀骨风味，还有孜然香，淋上五加皮料理酒，更有层次。这真是宫廷御膳顶级享受。
台酒御膳堂酒香蒙古锅牛肉面。
You got no time to sleep. I run in the wind, I run in the snow. Outwork them all, just expect me to blow. I've tasted the lows, I've tasted the highs. Best I ever did was to not give it time. I just stayed on my grind.
Standing in a crowded room, but it feels so empty. I'm haunted by my thoughts of you, and it's killing me, killing me. I'm trying hard to see the light, but the dark knows me by name. I shout your name into the night, 'cause every day I wanna be with you, I wanna be with you. I sell my soul just to be with you. I sell my soul just to be with you. I sell my soul just to be with you. I sell my soul just to be with you. And I know it's all my fault. I feel the guilt and the shame. Tried to make a deal with the devil, but he just turned me away. So what can I do to get back to you? I run through the fire and bathe in the brimstone. Visions of your face, it keeps me away. No peace, this pain won't leave me alone.
Do you feel what the eyes can't see? You hear it calling way down
pick me up. If my world was crashing down, would you make it stop? I do for you, but would you do the same? When everyone's gone, are you gonna stay? When demons come through, would you push them away? Would you push them away? Are you gonna stay? If I had a nightmare, tell me, are you right there? Pulling me out, me out. If I was too high, yeah, tell me, are you right there? Pulling me down, me down. 'Cause I need you to ride along. So tell me, are you right there? Tell me, are you right there? When it goes down, goes down.
Hello everybody and welcome back ahead of game number 2 here between the Chiefs and Frank, of course brought to you by Riot Games, Carry Live and our sponsor TTL Noodles, who provide the sustenance Frank needed there to win game number 1 through their new flavors. And of course they do have Western and Chinese flavors available, so do look to the TTL website to pick those ones up. And now ahead of our next game, do you think we're going to expect to see much different in draft? Because I truly don't think that was a problem. Maybe there is something you could look for. I don't really know. Maybe you do just want to get rid of the LeBlanc because it is a bit annoying. Kind of like a mosquito, as you've previously said. But it honestly feels like you run it back, you play it slightly better, and you should be favored to win.
I think so. I'd be surprised if there were any major changes in draft. Of course, they have once again chosen the blue side, and it also is still Babbitt playing in the jungle, so shouldn't see much of a change up. And I think that while you could take away the LeBlanc, I think it would almost be worse if Pretender had just played the Annie, right?
Yeah.
It feels like that would have made it even easier for that engage just to come out. So I think playing into the LeBlanc, while it did look good once it got ahead, I think it might even be a win condition for Chiefs to continue to give that over. We will see though, as I think Pretender is one of the better LeBlancs. Of course, had some very good performances on it in the previous split. And heading into game 2, I don't think you really need to draft any differently, but I do hope that they are on the same page with how they execute their team fight, because I think that was the big thing from game number 1. And it's so important, really. Like, so much of the game comes from team fighting these days. Often, it really is just one team fight that ends up giving the Baron, and then such a huge lead taken from that. It kind of snowballed to victory. So the Sedge banned away this time.
Maybe trying to force out a Maokai ban.
Yeah. So last time, it was Nico, Tristana. What was the third ban? Yeah, Kai'Sa banned away.
And the Chiefs did not ban Sejuani last time. I don't even remember their bans, but Sejuani will be taken away now. And I do think that's trying to force Frank to ban the Maokai, because maybe you do just first pick it. But honestly, if Jace and Maokai are both open, you probably prefer to get the Jace, and then you just lose the Maokai anyway. We'll see though. Obviously, honestly, the Ivern looked completely fine. They do ban away this LeBlanc, so now there won't be the LeBlanc answer. And something we said between the break, between us two, is that you might even feel worse giving over the Annie.
Yeah, Pretender's been extremely good on it. Won't have the Viego paired alongside it. And I think something interesting that could happen here is if Frank banned Maokai, normally you can't pick Jace because there's not many APs with it, but of course they can just go Jace Ivern, and Bio can just play the Gragas again. So they have ways of making it work. I think it probably will just be, okay, so they swapped the Maokai ban to the Kai'Sa. So now you have to choose between the Jace and the Kai'Sa.
And you don't choose either, and you give them both over.
No way.
All right, we're going to see Kai'Sa, and then the next pick is going to be Jace. And then I'm thinking that the Chiefs might just lose this game.
That's really weird. I'm surprised they banned the Sedge if this was their plan all along. Because I think that if you are... Yeah, I don't know. It just doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. I guess they were scared of maybe the Sedge being picked up now and Jack's being picked up later, but at least then you would get one of the Jace or the Kai'Sa. And maybe you still will. I can't see why Frank wouldn't lock it in.
You know, they're picking the Jace.
That seems really weird to me. So what do they pick along with it? Maybe you do now go for something like the Syndra Vi and just play for that engage on the poke comp. And maybe you see almost a repeat of last game, but this time it's Chiefs being the ones who are forcing the issue.
Oh, I feel bad.
I want to see what the response is first.
This even feels bad. This feels like this feels dreadful.
Okay,
now, the Xayah cannot... This is going to be AP Kai'Sa. I don't think there's any world in which it's not AP Kai'Sa because it just pairs so nicely with the Jace. And now you do get Xayah Rakan, which is strong. The problem is Xayah cannot function after the early game against AP Kai'Sa and the poke coming through Jace. She truly cannot auto-attack either of those champions. Never really will be in range of them. And the Poppy in front also means, yes, you can hit the Poppy, but until at least 3 items, you won't have any armor pen. And because there's 2 poke champs, you probably have to go Bloodthirster third, which means it's until 4 items that you aren't able to do damage to this Poppy. And so I think, so far, we haven't even seen the last 2 picks. And I think Chiefs are going to have to pull out something miraculous for those. But for now, I heavily favor the side of Frank.
The Poppy pick is really good because I think that does shut down a lot of the engage options. And I think if you're Frank, you do just ban away engage junglers. I don't think you're worried too much about the mid lane pick that comes through. I think you really just want to make sure there is no follow-up. I like the Nocturne ban. I think the Vi should probably go along with it. And maybe then Babbitt moves towards the Wukong. He has played it once already, and I think he does generally like the champ. But it can be a bit more inconsistent, I think, than some of the other junglers. Let's see, though. I think it's the Vi ban.
Yeah, it does make a whole lot of sense. Alistair being banned there by the Chiefs, of course. Feel like there's just too much supports for you to ban for it to really matter. Maybe the Nautilus has to come through, but then Kaiwing will still get the Rel or the Leona. Will it be the Vi? It feels like it should be. But what else could it really be? I mean, maybe you look for a tank. Okay, this is the Vi.
So now, what support do you ban? I think banning the Rel is probably the best. I feel like that's the hardest one to deal with, and I think it also provides fairly good disengage if you do try and engage on one of those strong ADCs, so...
Maybe, but the Nautilus does pair very well with the Kai'Sa, and this is a lane we've seen a lot, is sort of Xayah and Rakan versus Kai'Sa Naut.
Yep, they decided to ban it away. It does give over the Rel. I don't know, I think I'd rather versus the Nautilus, but at the end of the day, you're picking your poison with Kaiwing's engaged champs.
Yeah.
It's tough. There are a lot of them. So what do Chiefs go in their 4-5? I wouldn't be surprised if it's Wukong Syndra or maybe Wukong Ahri. I think it would be better to have a stronger AP champ. You could even see Wukong Talia. Jarvan would be an interesting one.
This would be really going forward.
Yeah, I mean, it fits the... I guess it fits the idea, but I feel like for Babbitt's comfort, he does just go towards the Wukong.
The problem with the Jarvan, of course, would be that it is an extremely predictable engage, and Poppy can just chuck up the W. Now, the Lilia does come through. It does offer AP damage, and it means that maybe you look for something less damaging, and oh, I don't like this.
No,
I'm
not a fan of the Lilia. I think you do need to commit to going forward. I do like the Syndra.
I like it less now.
Yeah, I feel like Syndra is much better as the solo AP, and I guess Babbitt just ran out of AD junglers to play. Oof. Yeah, no, I'm not a huge fan of that. I think Azir does not function well into double poke comps. While yes, it has engage, I don't think they've committed enough to the engage comp to really consistently go forward, right? It feels like it has to start from Rakan. They don't have lots of other options, so I think Frank are running away with this draft. I really think Chiefs actually had potential. I think the 4-5, though, not what I was after.
I think the immediate lock from Renekton giving over Kai'Sa Jace was kind of where the draft ended for me, because even the weaker teams in the PCS often pick up wins with this sort of team comp. And now if they're all locked in too, it feels like they've just shut down any real potential for engage, because now it's really just going to be, can you ever get to the Jace or to the Kai'Sa as the Rakan or as the Azir? Feels like not really. And the Lilia, what does she offer? Maybe a sleep from a long range, but then what follow-up is there to come through? There's not a whole lot. And so maybe you've got comfort here for the Chiefs in terms of the champions picked, but it doesn't really do well into what Frank going. In fact, both Azir and Xayah as the carries do not function into their opposing side carries, especially once at least one item comes through. Maybe Kai'Sa needs 2, but still, this feels like Frank have just run away with the draft.
I think so. I mean, again, I just think it's the 4-5 that really brings it down. Because I think, you talk about comfort and you look at Bio on Renekton, Raze and Aladark on Zyra Rakan. I mean, these are champs that they are known for just being absurdly good on. But then I think Kizé is not one of the stronger Azirs, and at least when I think of BABIP, I'm not thinking of the likes of Lilia. I'm thinking more of those engage or facilitated junglers. And I think while maybe it might not be as good on paper to pick something like a Jarvan or a Wukong, admittedly, into a comp that it is hard to play these champs into, I think it would have looked a lot better if they did just have one of those engaged junglers and a Syndra.
Definitely.
Because I think now Lilia, Azir, I think it makes your comp a lot harder. I think it also kind of splits up your identity of before you could have played full engage. Now there is a bit of added finesse to it that you have to manage of, sure, you can go forward, but we also kind of need sleeps to land. It's not the easiest. We need to wait for some of the cooldowns to be gone before Azir can look to engage. And also, Azir doesn't do well up against the poke. So, I don't know. Well, it was bold choice, I guess, to first pick Renekton and give those over. I don't think they responded well in the 4-5.
Shock, before we see runes, do you think... I think the only way you can function as Azir here is to have, like, airy and full lane runes. Because what are you really going to do? I swear you have to just commit to the lane.
Yeah, it's interesting. So he's gone for the conk.
Does do well into Ornn and Poppy,
Yeah,
I
I think that's what he's playing for. I think he is just going to go Leandry's Nashers and be the one that deals with those two tanks. I do worry that the game doesn't come to that, because I feel that Kai'Sa and Jace are two poke champs that... The nice thing about both Kai'Sa and Jace is while they have a huge amount of poke, they don't really have the weakness that most poke champs have of, if it comes to a just straight up fight, they're still very valuable. I mean, there's a lot of DPS that can come out from both. When you think of things like the poke Varus being the option we often see in the PCS of, once that champ is engaged on and it's in the fight, it's pretty much useless. You have to say, especially into the tanks. But Kai'Sa and Jace, they have no problem. Their build paths work very well around it, and they just have a lot more in the kit.
Yeah, I think as long as there is no disastrous start of this game for Frank, they really should just get to 2 items and take over, because I truly don't think Azir or Xayah can function against either of those champions post 2 items. But we'll see. Really, it is going to be up to Chiefs if they can execute this comp flawlessly. And admittedly, BioPanther back on the Renekton, so maybe there's a chance, but it does feel like you've drafted yourself really into a hole here. I still just don't understand what this Lily is trying to achieve.
No, especially when Azir would be a fine solo AP. You definitely could have... Maybe, I think the Syndra is better, but if you did want to go the Azir versus comp, I think it's still fine. I think the Lilia is the most out of place. Now, for me, at least in the early game, eyes will be on Kenny Chan. He's had some really good Poppy performances, and in general, we've seen some very good Poppy performances in the PCS. Feels like one of those champs that, for some reason, a lot of the PCS junglers are just very, very good at. Kind of similar to the Jace, honestly, because last split, when Jace wasn't even meta yet, they still played it a lot. There was a lot of Jace mid. And so now that it is mid, and now that it is considered to be strong, of course they're happy to play it every game. And here it could be.
Kenny Chan looking, does find the knockback, and won't find the kill, but certainly a lot of damage onto Kizé, and this is going to make his lane pretty miserable, although it is going into the tower anyway.
Yeah, it looks like he will just be forced to reset, I think. Some trades coming out in bot as well. Kizé's actually going to stay, and there's a fight in the river which should favor Kenny Chan. He's pushing them out, and this is not a good start for the Chiefs. They're getting bullied out of this river, and Kenny Chan might not be done. Is he going to flash this wall? Oh my god, what a madman.
Oh, they have no idea. Raze flashed on, he's flashed away, but he's hit back into this Eminem and Kaiwing. He has managed to get himself out, and with that Blade Caller lands the root onto Kenny Chan. And so, while you've got both of the 80 carry sums down, it was traded for both that flash on the Poppy as well as Eminem. And Kaiwing, actually, so some in a trade in favor of the Chiefs, but health, certainly not, and this makes the lane phase a lot easier here for Eminem and Kaiwing.
Poppy has the Hex Flash and might actually come for round 2.
Oh, they're not respecting it.
Oh, no.
They
and
have no
sneaks
idea.
through the vision. Here he comes.
Yeah, Hex Flash from both these champs, and Aladark's not long for this world. Lands the 2-man knockup, but it's Kenny Chan who picks up first blood. Really something you have to be aware of, that is an option. It feels pretty scripted that you've just lost all your sums. Poppy might return.
What a psychopath.
Yeah, picks up the first blood there. And again, similar to what Kongyue did, really, when he was playing the Poppy, finding a lot of early value.
Just keep ganking till it works, I guess. So now, Kenny Chan's managed to get himself a lead. He's got that first blood, but has also put his mid and bot in a good position. Babbitt will answer back and can take some of these camps away. So both junglers are playing towards their win conditions, but I like this flash. It's a very unconventional path, and I also think with the Hex flash, you have the potential to come back later. You aren't too married to having your flash, really, and they get that good chunk. And you can see there on the side of the screen, the wave is in a really good spot for Kenny Chan to come back. He just needs a bit of HP, so I think he runs away, picks up the scuttle, and then turns back around. I'm not sure if Babbitt had a ward here. No, I don't think he did. I think he placed it around the Raptor entrance, but not having a ward here did cost them. I'm not sure if Chiefs could have placed the ward, maybe from one of the bot lane, but it's hard to respect when your wave is up that far. You really need the ward for confirmation, and just didn't have it.
Kenny Chan being the benefactor of that. Now, top side looks like it's going pretty much as you'd expect. Ornn, pretty hard to get a lead over, unless you are really one of the champs picked specifically to counter that champ, and it is just all evening out. Notably though, Solo Kill has actually recalled already, where BioPanther is yet to do so, so you'd argue that this is going in favor of the Ornn even.
Possibly, yeah. A lot of that will come down, of course, to that first Herald. It feels like that's Renekton's big window to kind of put the game in his team's favor before the Ornn starts to really come online as the game goes a bit further on. And once again, good vision control from Frank's support in jungle is going to make the life in bot lane really difficult as Raze and Aladoric, they continue to bleed.
However, though, he does have a camp lead. Will likely swing back as you see Gromp and Wolves can be taken by Kenny Chan. For now, though, he's around the dragon. I'm not sure if he's starting it up. It feels like with how long he's been there, he is, in fact, looking for that first dragon, and this does confirm it now that Frank's bot lane headed up there. They are going to pick themselves up this first dragon almost certainly. Lilia is certainly a weak champion right now, only having the boots. And, of course, with the priority that was given to the Frank bot lane, pretty hard for you to contest ever.
Can they get anything on the way out? Feels like with the Poppy W, probably not, although Pretender.
Yeah, they are looking. Kenny Chan's getting very, very low, and Aladoric finds a two-man grand entrance, and here come the boys as Kizé finds a knock-up. It's traded for one kill there for Eminem, and Solo Kill has teleported down here. Pretender picking himself up a kill as well, and Solo Kill's presence in this team fight does mean it's going to be a 3 for 2. What can BioPanther find on the top side, though? He is going to have some alone time with just him in this turret. Really, it's now up to BioPanther to find as much as possible to punish that teleport from Solo Kill, but at least for now, it doesn't look like a whole lot's going to be traded back in a massive trade in favor, once again, of Frank.
I think you're exactly right. This feels like now BioPanther has to put up a big carry performance with the gold he has gotten from top, because now feels like the entirety of the bot side is in a really, really rough spot. So we'll see, both tops did reset at the same time. Bio instantly TP back to the tower, but Solo Kill, he decided to watch this fight. And I think ultimately, while Bio individually is ahead of it, this was a fight that was turned around almost single-handedly from Solo Kill. I mean, the Azir was missed on the Kai'Sa, which was a pretty big deal, but she did end up going down. But yeah, just a lot of damage that comes out from Pretender is very, very strong in this fight, even without the Dirk. So much impact from Solo Kill. He got himself a kill, so will even up at least a little bit of their gold on top. But I think very crucially is that once you've lost 2 plates on top, if you do give over the Herald as well, it can kind of swing even further. But it's going to be hard, I think, for Chiefs to get that Herald. While they do have a strong Renekton, there is a Dirk in the mid lane for the Jace and a lot of bot priority for Frank. Once again, up to BioPanther to carry this fight. We've seen him do it before. He's very, very good on the Renekton.
It is Kaiwing here a fairly substantial amount of time earlier than Aladoric. But importantly, Lilia has ult, Renekton has ult, and you can't say the same there for Solo Kill.
Nice. Good pickup for Chiefs. I honestly wouldn't mind just using it top.
Yeah, I think this is one of the rare games that you do just use it top, but yeah, we'll see. Maybe it's nice to just get some gold onto your carries, but again, it feels like, honestly, these two champs aren't going to function anyway. They're really just going to be hitting those tanks.
Yeah, and I think as well, another thing coming through here is the catalyst on the Lilia means that it won't be the Liandry's and will in fact be the Rod of Ages, and I, again, am not really a fan. Yeah, it feels like it's not really that good, and I also think that, oh, this might hit. Does not. Also think that it gives, while they have this Renekton that can bridge the early game, it's going to take a long time for Azir and Lilia to scale. I mean, you're looking at 2 items on Azir, Lilia, and Xayah before you really come online, and I think Frank is going to win out pretty much everywhere except top lane before that point. It's a lot of time to wait. If they can get there, though, there is a big payoff.
There is. Well, honestly, again, it's not that big in this game, simply because you never get to auto-attack the carriers unless there is a huge misstep. And now Kenny Chan deploying up to this top side is going to be looking onto Biopanther, but it's pretty hard, I think, for this Ornn and Poppy to kill Biopanther at this state. He hasn't actually backed yet from all the gold he accumulated up in these plates, as well as obviously the Herald being picked up. So it'll be important to see. I mean, I think he's just waiting until he has enough for his Gore Drinker, because even in this state, he is able to just continuously push out these waves. Obviously, being a resourceless champ against Ornn means that you are favored. And Babbitt being topside, you have to feel like it means he's going to use this Rift Herald. I think this is the perfect timing to use it. And the Ornn Horn is sounded. They're actually looking for the kill here as Biopanther tanking up the tower. Will be able to land that bowling ball, and Drowsy is this Ornn, and it's importantly Babbitt who picks up that kill. Does he go down? He does not, but Kenny Chan's here to look for it. Does find a kill in return as Biopanther now running for his life against Kenny Chan's Poppy. Does slice away, but it's the flash coming in from Pretender that will inevitably take down Biopanther. And so while they found a kill, it was a fantastic response from that mid lane and jungle from Frank to pick up one in return.
Yeah, feels like just too much of an overextension really from the Chiefs. I think they might have just been better off starting that one with the Herald.
Yeah.
Instead they play for the dive, and it ends up being a bit too much. Interestingly there, actually I'll come back to it after. Let's take a look at this fight here. So I think you do just drop the Herald because, sure, this Ornn does look a little tempting, but you don't have priority over mid, which means that there will always be members, whether it's mid or support or jungle, coming up here sooner, and it takes so long to kill this Ornn. And honestly, are you that worried about denying the XP from Ornn? Probably not, because I think a lot of the time when you are diving sides, it's to deny them the waves as much as it is to get them the kill. And I think they could have just been happy with the plates, instead punished in a big way as Pretender comes up, picks up his second kill, and it's just going to be super, super strong there. Now, what I was going to say is that we saw there, Kize, he bought the crown and actually undid it. So it's going to be going towards the Leandries, which I'm happy about. But it's still a long way away, and that's what you're really worried about, because your Renekton now kind of losing some of its momentum that was your big way to keep this game even for now. It's very difficult, I think, for Chiefs to win fights on even terms until they get those 2 items without Renekton being in them. And even now, I think with the Renekton falling at least a little to the wayside, Frank is just going to be so strong. Looking at Pretender, who did not have the flash, but they couldn't quite get him.
Babbitt needs to put down this Herald sometime soon. I'm worried. We have seen so many Heralds just time out in the PCS.
He's trying to find a window.
I think you just have to put it down on this wave. Although Eladog being looked at, Steadfast Presence means that he's not going to be able to use that grand entrance. But the fight does break out. It's a 2-man knock-up, and this Empress Divide lands on 2, as well as that Lifting Lullaby. And it's Babbitt who picks up 2 for himself. The Rift Herald does go down. And a nice fight there found. An overextension bomb. Frank is punished. Kize picking himself up some assists and some tower plates, as well as Babbitt, obviously. 2 crucial kills for him. And it's now a priority over this Dragon as well, afforded 2 Chiefs off the back of that one, as they have found themselves now at a gold lead.
Yeah, I think that's a huge pickup. I don't think Chiefs should have had any right really winning these fights, but Frank, honestly, very reminiscent of Chiefs from the previous game. They misunderstand what they're going for. They have those 2 poke champs, and they're trying to engage far too early. It comes back to bite them. I think that is such a big pickup, because this will now accelerate Lilia significantly, and getting that Dragon means that Dragon's Soul will be 5 more minutes away. Let's take a look. You're engaging onto the Rakan here, and your only damage is the Jace, who
just uses combo.
Yeah, he doesn't feel confident going over the walls, so obviously it was a very nice play from Babbitt to come out and get the 3-man sleep, but you really wonder what on earth Frank are doing here.
Yeah. Pretender not connecting with any of those shock blasts. Uses it just before Kenny Chan goes forward, and then does result in disaster. Biopanther now having a pretty good time of himself up in this top side. Obviously that tower pretty low, as Frank actually headed up towards that side of the map. It is the Rod of Ages completed on this Lilia, so look towards roughly that 23-minute mark for that to be completed. And hopefully by then also the second item coming through, Demonic Embrace, is what I have to assume will be purchased, but we'll have to wait and see if that is in fact what he goes for.
We will. Now, Chiefs have, I think, with that Dragon especially, bought themselves some pretty crucial time to scale. You know, now it's pretty realistic that you can get 2 items on your core of Lilia, Azir, and Xayah before you really need to fight, right? There's no chance a 3rd Dragon will come in before that time. So unless Frank's, you know, force a Baron in 6 more minutes, it feels pretty unlikely that they'll be at that point.
Yeah, I think my biggest concern here, though, is really what can Raze do? Because it feels like you have to go 3rd item Bloodthirster to not just be poked out of every single fight. But then you don't do any damage to this Ornn and the Poppy, which are pretty much the only 2 champs you should have access to. So that is a bit of a concern. But for now, though, it could be the fact that this Renekton, pretty strong. Maybe Chiefs can use that to win this fight. The bowling ball does not land onto anyone important, just onto Kaiwing. Ornn horn sounded, Aladoc very low, going to have to use that grand entrance to leave the fight. And BioPanther has used his dominance. He's going forward. He's trying to find something, lands the stun, but it's only onto this Ornn as Raze is also there trying to find damage. It's a double sleep. Grand entrance does land. It's a 5-man Magnet Storm from Kaiwing. And the Emperor's Divide is too late as Raze trying to find the damage. It's a good flash from Eminem, but it's not enough. And now it's going to be Raze who sidesteps the Shock Blast. It's a 4 for 5, a 4 for 3 even as Raze is limping away. Dodges out again, but Pretender with that movement speed might just be able to catch up. Raze, is he going to be able to find the damage? He is not as Pretender picks up that shutdown from himself. A very valiant effort out of that AD carry from Chiefs, but not quite enough. And it is Frank who pick up that Herald and the team fight afterwards.
Yeah, so close here. And some nice poke this time found from Frank to begin with. They've already got Aladoric a little low. They're making Kize's job just that bit harder. But in spite of all these things, it looked like at some point it was going to be Chiefs winning these fights because a lot has just been used. And I think Kenny Chan probably should just be running away. But he was looking for the engage, goes in way too deep, is caught up. And at this point, it's looking like a pretty one fight for the Chiefs, but Kaiwing,
that is
the
massive.
5-man Magnet Storm, finds them all. And oof, it was very close there off the back end. Raze managing to get that.
Even here.
Yeah, Pretender thought he had him.
If Kize was slightly forward, he might not have been stunned up and able to pick up that kill. Nice footwork from Raze. It's a shame. Jace just gets so much movement speed constantly. Changes to that cannon form. Valiant effort out of that man on your screen. But it was Frank who picked up the win and have the Herald, so I have to see how they use that. Good look, though, I think, from... Despite the 5-man Magnet Storm, Chiefs almost walking away with a win there. It's pretty incredible. As this top tower, probably not long for the world if Kenny Chan uses the Herald, but it looks like he's not going to. Perhaps, though, looking at BioPanther, who is walking up here, will be alone. Decides against it. I think that's probably a good decision.
This is going to be a lot of gold going to Pretender. He's already 4-0-4, getting even stronger. Does tap that one down. That's actually the first tower. I didn't even notice.
Yeah, late first tower, 17 minutes in.
Yep, next dragon is spawning.
And it is Chiefs with priority over it, but Baba, crucially, is nowhere in the area. There's still 20 seconds.
Yeah.
And I like this lane assignment. I think Azir can probably get a little bit more headway into the Ornn as long as you dodge out of any potential knock-up. Does have the Leandries working towards the Nashes, which isn't so far away.
Yep. Let's see what Chiefs do. I think if you're Chiefs, you just give this one and you trade the top tower because I think you can just wait for those 2 items to come through on everyone and you don't need to fight into what is an incredibly spiked Frank. The way they're positioning, though, suggests they do want to fight, so there won't be a trade coming out. I think they're going to have to execute very well to win this one because it feels like Frank, they have the items they need and Chiefs, they're very close, but they're not quite there.
Yeah, this does feel like a lost fight if they try to look for it, and now maybe just running away. I think this is the right decision, but they could have, during the meantime, had someone up in that top wave and looked for that tower, get some gold into their pockets. Didn't choose to do so as the Herald going to be used mid. And the poke landing here from Pretender before anything happens. Kaiwing, Hex flashes to safety, doesn't choose to go in. Ornn horn sounded. This is likely just to be to secure the fight. And Kize very low, but the teleport coming in from BioPanther. Pops the Dominus straight onto Eminem. It's cleansed, and BioPanther gets eliminated immediately. The sandcastle was built here from Kize to replace the old mid tower, but BioPanther has been taken out in a matter of seconds. Jace's power really being felt here in this game.
It is, and I think Chiefs, if they want to fight, that's how it's going to happen, right? They have to engage on the side of Frank before that poke lands. But I think that so much poke had already landed that it probably wasn't it. And you also wonder, why are you looking for fights here? Because I think you should just be trading and should just be getting everyone to that second item. It can't be understated how important that is. Because I think, sure, you know, going for these fights, I can kind of see it, right? The all and ult is down, but look how much damage your carries have taken. They can't take this fight, even if Bio has a nice engage, and it was a really nice ult from Kenny Chan. Gets 3 out of the fight, which just turns it into a landslide victory. But I think Chiefs are really misunderstanding their place in the game. Okay, they got a kill onto solo kill, though, and this looks good.
Oh, okay. Azir recalling, does he have the item?
I think he does.
That's going to be
very
very
nice. They're going to start this up.
Wow,
this would be big.
They do
2
it very
items on
quickly.
Azir. They've got the spike.
Are they? They are not going to.
TP? Oh, it's almost up. He's just going to take the portal.
Oh, they are going to. Okay, it is obviously spotted.
It's risky into the double poke.
Yeah, Jace not here, so it is only going to be the single poke for now, but dodging out of that as well, very, very important, because now Kai'Sa won't have that Void Seeker for another 14 seconds. And Pretender, importantly, only just teleporting in here, and Aladoric's got a fantastic flank. He's looking for Eminem. They find the knock-up. Eminem's got to be drowsy. He has no cleanse, but no damage landing onto him for now as Ray's going to be using that Featherstorm, gets immediately hit by that Call of the Forge God, and does go down. We've seen this before. It's Biopanther versus the world, but the world takes this one. It's a clean ace for Frank, and they will pick up this Baron following.
PCS team fighting, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Frank just come out the gate and destroy Chiefs. A clean 5-0 around the Baron there, and I think that'll mostly be Chiefs' chances in game number 2. All cleaned up. They still have a chance, but now down 7,000 gold. It's going to be tough. Let's see how they found solo kill to begin with. They've got a lot of damage. No magic resist at this point onto solo kill. They did invest the Azir ult for it, though, which is a pretty big cooldown because you don't have a lot of engage on your comp right now. It really is just Rakan. They get a flank here, and they find Pretender, but they don't manage to kill him. And I think if Azir had the ult for follow-up, maybe he can do something here. Alternatively, if he could use it to get Kaiwing off him, instead was pretty much just CC'd the entire fight and then died. So we were hyping up that Azir second item power spike, but once again, maybe Kize's team fight misexecution means that Chiefs can't end up winning this fight. And now it's really tough. These poke champs, especially from ahead.
Yeah, and notably in that fight too, Raze was pretty much absent because he was hitting Kenny Chan on the Poppy the entire time. And with only 1.5 items, it's just doing absolutely no damage. Kize up on top does get himself a tower to trade out the lost one here for the side of Chiefs. So important gold onto the Azir, but again, how does Azir function in these fights? You really have to look for a massive engage, and going through the Poppy, going through the Ornn, as well as obviously Kaiwing on the Rel, feels near on impossible. Recalls do come through, raises down to half HP, as the minion wave only now reaches the tower. They are going to pick that one up for themselves. They're now looking towards the inhib, which should be going down as well. Kize on the top side, trading back a lot of gold for himself, but it might just be at the cost of 2 inhibs here, as Biopanzer being looked at is going to pop the Dominus. He gets very low. Aladog does peel for him pretty well. And now the Drowsy lands onto both carries. That's cleanse gone from Eminem. Ornn horn sounded. They're looking. Aladog dodges out of it as well as Raze, but he is now stuck exactly where you don't want to be, and that is the top and 80 carry now for the side of Chiefs down, as well as their mid lane inhib. This game might be nearing the end as Eminem finds the angle, takes down Kize. It's Babip and Aladoric. They've got it all to do. It's a 2v5 as Aladoric limping away to his fountain to just try and get the small amount of health back. These Nexus towers next to go down. Baron still alive for 40 more seconds. Low health bars, but notably there are no summoners available here for Babip as the Nexus being taken away. Babip likely to go down here. It's Pretender who picks that one up for himself. And Raze too little too late despite the low health bars. Frank clean up the game for their second win here in the series.
Yep, now leading that series 2-0. Chiefs 1 game away from elimination here for the year.
Yeah.
Pretty important. And Frank, it was very decisive. You know, they managed to pretty much just take that one victory around the Baron and again run away with it. And it feels like this happens a lot now, I think once you pick up the Baron, especially as a poke comp, it is really hard to stop that, because unless you are strong enough to engage on them, you are just eventually going to bleed out. And Chiefs, they confuse me. They really do, because I think that I'm not a fan of the Lilia Azir 4-5. I think that they could play something easier. I think they could play something that's stronger earlier. But if you're going to play that, why are you fighting so much before 2 items? Because I think you've picked 2 champs that really do function well when they reach that point, but they fight so much before that. And while I think one of those fights went well, you know, that very initial fight, admittedly, it was an overextension from Frank, which Chiefs punished, and they got a head off that, and they should have been happy just to coast to 2 items because they knew that there was no Dragon win condition that could come in. There was no Baron that could be started up because they had enough tools to push Frank off it if they were to start it. Instead, though, they opt into so many fights. They opt into always fighting the Dragon instead of trading it away, and it feels like you're just playing into Frank's win condition. So I'm really confused. I really think Chiefs, they could have drafted different, they could have played different. There were so many ways they could have done better. Instead, they just hand Frank everything they want.
Yeah, absolutely. And it was some impressive team fighting out of Frank. I think
it was.
If that 5-man Magnet Storm doesn't come through, perhaps Chiefs even win that team fight, because despite the 5-man Magnet Storm, it still was a very, very close team fight. And there were a nice amount of flanks, I want to say, coming through from Aladoric. He found a really good flank there on that sort of team fight before the Baron, I believe it was. And notably, it was just really Raze who was sitting at 1.5 items on the Xayah, hitting against a Poppy with only pretty much armor items and doing literally no damage. And so I think, really, it was just the timings on the team fights were very, very unorganized because there were so many items that were about to come through, right? Your Xayah was sitting on a BF sword as well as the Warhammer. That means you're very close to having that Navori, which ups her damage probably more than any other AD carry in terms of that item alone, but didn't wait for it to come through. And so it really was just Frank having better timings because they did have a little bit more gold in their carries to be able to find those timings, to be able to find the fights. And of course, just when you have the Ornn and you have the Poppy, those 5v5s feel a lot easier than when you have a Renekton and a Lilia. And it was just Frank taking those team fight wins, taking the Baron, and then just ending it straight from there.
I think so, and I hope that in Game 3 that Chiefs more return to what they played in Game 1, or something along that style, because I think this is harder to execute, and I also just don't think it fits them that well. When I think of Kizé and Babip, I'm definitely not thinking of the likes of Azir and Lilia, right? They're not champs they're particularly known for, and I think while they both played fine, it wasn't spectacular, right? And I think spectacular is what Chiefs need if they want to turn the series around, because right now, it looks like Frank are too strong, but they're going to have to find something for Chiefs to turn it around.
Yeah, it doesn't even feel like man-to-man they're too strong, right? Because honestly, the Chiefs have been doing fine in their lanes, and I think honestly they can use the power that you've found in the lanes quite a lot to find advantages, but it really does come down to sort of that 1.5 item in maybe sort of team fights where it is just Frank taking over and finding way better angles and positioning better and having their carries do enough damage to win them through those team fights. So I almost want to see similar to Game 1, but I would say go back to how they won a game in the spring split. Sort of something you touched on in this champ select where you have like the Syndra, the Nautilus, the Vi. You press R on someone, you kill them. If it's Eminem, you probably win the team fight. Admittedly, Pretender was huge in that game, even though you can just do it onto the Jace and it's the exact same outcome. It wasn't to happen in this game, but I do hope in the next game they do look for something. But for the side of Frank, I think they've been playing very well. I think Solo Kill has been doing well at being that weak side. Even that teleport timing he found, which we're going to see on the screen, was a big game changer, I think. If he didn't join this team fight, maybe Chiefs just pick up a lot of gold here.
For sure, yeah. I think this was actually good team fighting from Chiefs and maybe bad from Frank. You can see Pretender getting split off means that the rest of Frank are engaged on. So this is actually a rare, team fight outplay from Chiefs compared to Frank. But unfortunately, that TP being used from Solo Kill ends up turning it around, and that would have been so nice for Chiefs because I don't think you should be winning these fights early, but if you played it that well, you would have, and then just all ripped away from by Solo Kill there. And I believe this was the fight, the 5-man Magnet Storm, or was it a different one? There was so many around here. It was this one. So I get the chunk on Aladoric, but a fair amount is used here. Both the Poppy ult and the Ornn ult are gone. And I think if you're Frank at this point, with your cooldowns gone, all you want to do is grab the Herald and run away. But instead, Kenny Chan, he's making a mistake. He's looking for an engage that I don't think Frank won. And Chiefs are like, okay, you've got nothing left. We'll chase you down. So this is starting to look good. But you can see Kaiwing, he goes into the bush, gone for just a second, turns around with that 5-man Magnet Storm.
And the knock-up as well.
For sure. There's so much damage coming through. And I think you can see in both of these replays that it's not like Frank aren't making mistakes. Frank are making plenty of mistakes too, but it feels like they're just making slightly less than Chiefs, and that's what's costing them.
And I think at slightly less important times too,
That's
right?
true.
Because like here, where it was just pretty much the end of the game came from this. It feels weird that you're going for this because, again, Raze is so close to having an item. And admittedly, Aladoric has a nice flank. There is no cleanse onto Kai'Sa. You don't land the knock-up on Kai'Sa, which is very important. And then there is no follow-up. He gets put to sleep, only Aladoric hitting him, and you're seeing Raze. Raze is sitting here, hitting Kenny Chan. He's forced to use the ult, gets immediately taken out by solo kill. And then down the bottom side, of course, it is just Eminem freely hitting away at the support. It's a clean ace, and BioPanther maybe was able to do something there if he could have just got one more Q off, but it was not to be. It was the game pretty soon after, and damage tells the whole story. I mean, I said it how many times this game. Your champs do not function into those poke champs, and you can really see it here in the damage graph.
Yeah, I think especially, you know, both the Azir and the Xayah, I agree. They don't function well on the poke champs, especially not before they get those items, right? And it's really represented in the damage. For MVP this game, I expect it to be solo kill, but I think Kaiwing, you know, with the 5-man rel engage, it would be hard not to think about him as well.
Yeah, Pretender as well. I don't know that. I don't think Pretender died. I think he was like 6-0 and something. And obviously, he did the most damage, which is the most important stat in League of Legends. So we'll see. I think, yeah, admittedly, BioPanther, and didn't really punish the Ornn as much as you perhaps like. Obviously, Ornn doing more damage, but that is kind of just a result of Ornn being ahead in those team fights and being able to do whatever he wants. It was Kaiwing. I think that 1-5-man ult pretty much sealed the deal there.
Yeah, pretty much. It would have been a different game if he didn't find it.
I think so too. I mean, you saw how close that team fight was, and if not for the 5-man, probably does just go to the side of Chiefs. Eminem really wasn't even a part of that fight until the 5-man ult came through, so well played by Kaiwing to recognize the timing, find a 5-man knock-up, 5-man Magnet Storm, and really seal the deal there. Get Frank enough of an advantage to really pick up the win.
Yeah, for sure. So do you think the Chiefs are just going to take blue side again in Game 3? Because I don't think this side has really been a problem for them, but will we just see this sort of same thing as Bliss, is we're just going to change up the side to see what happens?
The side hasn't really been a problem, unless you consider the fact that you'd given over Jace Kai'Sa. And maybe you cannot do that if you're on red side, because they might get Jace, they might get Kai'Sa, but you get the other one. And I also want to say that Pretender looked a whole lot better than Kise on the Jace. I mean, he got ahead and he played to his poke and never relinquished his lead, which I think is so important. But that is game number 2 now in the books. Once we're back, we will come to you with game number 3, where Chiefs fight for their lives and try and get a reverse sweep.
好想吃花雕鸡面哦，可是还在加班。阿嬷，
加班也能来碗酒香补一补哦。
就是这味道，
这碗花雕鸡面帮你补身又补心，
好满足哦。
还有麻油鸡面，赶走你疲累的寒意。要不要再来碗花雕酸菜牛肉面？暖心酒香的丰盛美味，台酒酒香经典系列。
这不就是我们以前常吃的3杯鸡？啊，现在好想吃哦。
笑脸嘞，要不要来碗3杯鸡风味干面？来，跟回味一起拜。
就是这味道，
这碗浓郁咸香的酱，搭着葱花，再加上 Q 弹弹的面条，再淋上招牌米酒，吼吼。
这真是记忆中的美味啊！重现记忆中的街边美味，海酒面摊系列。
难得皇上莅临蒙古，臣等备好贡品向皇上进献。
好想吃哦！特此献上，此为酒香蒙古锅牛肉面，
就是这味道，浓郁的汤头为牛臀骨风味，还有孜然香，淋上5加皮料理酒，更有层次。这真是宫廷御膳顶级享受。
台酒御膳堂酒香蒙古锅牛肉面。
Thought I told you once, but our minds
I'm trying to perfect my moves. Early bird gets the worm, I don't got time to snooze. I'm not in a frat, but every year I still pay my dues. Do it for mama dues. Wanna get a house with a pool and an amazing view, so she can watch her son do what he wanna do. Cause lately I've been ballin' like an alley-oop.
We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. I don't want me to win, see it on your face. See it on your face. We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. I don't want me to win, see it on your face. See it on your face. See it on your face.
Lashes define, I'll empty your mind, 'cause you want me to. I'm so twisted, you're addicted. I feel your pain, 'cause you want me to. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. 'Cause I can't give you everything you want. Make you feel I'm so good for you. Love being bad for you. 'Cause I can't give So close the doors, let me in, let me taste the darkness in you. No one serves me like you. You ask me to slay you, to burn you, to haunt you, so you feel. So do you feel me now? I'm so good for you. so bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so bad for you. 'Cause I can't give anyone make you feel. I'm so bad for you. Love being bad for you. 'Cause I can't give everything you desire.
Game number 3 now on the cards here. It is Chiefs picking red side and Kevy coming in now as their jungler. And I think we're going to have to see something different. I think the draft phase especially, and obviously now that they are going to be on that red side means the draft phase is automatically going to be different.
Yeah.
You can no longer give over that Jace Kai'Sa, which really was the crux there that kind of broke the camel's back. It's very hard to play into that. And you kind of saw the result of that. I mean, importantly though, Kaiwing's engages were crazy, and you can never ban enough engage supports to get him off those. So, big job now ahead of Chiefs as they come to look to try and take their win in this next one. And where do you think it stems from? What do you think they can look towards? And do you think maybe we'll see the Syndra?
I'd be a little surprised to see the Syndra just because the side of Frank keeps drafting that super hard engage comp. And I think Chiefs don't seem to want to play any sort of a mobile into that. I honestly think that at this point of Chiefs, if you can just draft something that's relatively simple to play, your early games have been clean enough. And if you can just really play solid League of Legends, right? I don't think we need anything special. We just need to play towards, our comp strengths, our comp spikes, and they have a very good chance at winning a game. Because I think, even when you look at last game, and sure, it ends at like 23 minutes, it looks really one-sided. I think they had a pretty good chance in that game. If they had just sat back and kind of waited for their 2 items to come through, then there could have been a way. But it just feels like they're not making it easy for themselves. And honestly, a lot of teams don't. And I think just drafting hard engage is an easy way to do that. Now, they don't have to do that, but I think just finding a way to simplify things, because right now you are relying on a lot of discipline, you're relying on a lot of individual performance to make sure you're not only, getting caught, giving over free kills, or just like executing the team fights well. And I just think that at least so far, we haven't seen that. We have seen mistakes from the Chiefs, and if they just play something like, you think of the Beyond or even the Frank style where they're oftentimes playing Annie Viego and just a bunch of hard engage, it really doesn't take that much to pull off.
No, definitely not. And I think you touched on it right there, is that the Chiefs' early games have actually been pretty solid. I think ultimately they've found themselves in pretty good positions in both of these games. I think ultimately the last game, maybe why it blew out of control so quickly, is that their team comp didn't seem to function well together, as well as it didn't function against what Frank pulled off. And it does feel like maybe it is just time to go back to what they did last split and some hard engage and something that can really, really punish those carries on the side of Frank. Because, again, Solo Kill right now, he feels like he's playing more to the tank style. He played Renekton, and then this game obviously was on. And so you're not too worried about what he's picking. It seems like he is just going to opt into something like that again, most likely. Perhaps the Jax, but even then, it's still a similar concept. And again, I really would like to see something like the Vi Nautilus Syndra to press R and get the job done. Maybe even perhaps something like the Annie. I'm not too sure if it's in Kize's wheelhouse. He does, and it just seems like a very solid champ. Not only that it's good, but it's also a very good takeaway from Pretender. Now, we haven't seen obviously pretend to play Annie in this series yet, but certainly from the amount of games we've watched of Frank, we know that it is probably their best mid lane champion. They perform the best when Pretender's on Annie and when Kenny Chan's on Viego. Now that they are red side though, I wonder if they're going to drop any bans. Like the Viego was their first ban. I think it should probably still be their first ban. But then following up, like, do you want to ban the Sejuani again? It feels like perhaps not. Sejuani might have been better than the Lilia in the last game, despite Lilia getting some good amount of gold for herself. Obviously stopped functioning so well when the poke starts to come through. And that man on your screen, Pretender, certainly looked good on the Jace. Now Maokai, first ban for Chiefs. It is Nico once again banned away by Frank, which is interesting because they seem like they'd be a very good Nico team.
Guess they just want to prioritize something over that as well. Maokai Poppy are the bans from the red side. And I wonder, does that mean you leave the Sedge up? Because it's almost certainly going to be given over. And then you have to play Sedge versus Ivern. We'll see. Or could ban away the Sedge and just think that you're happier if you go down those jungle picks. Again, Kenny Chan still has the Viego. So
yeah.
I'm not sure what Chiefs are planning with this yet. I'm honestly just interested to see. Jace is banned away from Frank.
Viego
by
and
Frank,
Kai'Sa.
excuse me. Yeah, and I wonder if that is so they can just prioritize the Kai'Sa without having to give over the Jace, or vice versa. And now Kevy is a Viego player, and I wonder if previously with Babbitt they were banning it because they weren't willing to pick it. So really different draft here coming out already. Sejuani is up, which feels like one of the obvious power picks, but I don't think you have to take it here if you have something else you really want. Could be the LeBlanc.
Oh.
Don't think it's enabled, unfortunately.
Yeah, I don't think so. Not yet, at least. Pretender will not have that dog in him. Will be the LeBlanc. So we're going to see, again, this LeBlanc coming out of Pretender. And I think, honestly, you should be okay with that. It didn't...
Yeah.
While it did pick up the MVP, and okay, we're doing it.
I'm a big fan.
I am too. Now, I think you just follow this. Okay, this is good.
Oh, my God.
Honestly, at this stage of the draft, it almost feels like these teams have swapped around. Obviously, they did swap sides, but this is a very Frank-esque draft coming out of Chiefs. And it honestly, so far, Frank's draft is exactly what the Chiefs picked up their first win on as well. So, I'm very keen to see this one.
I think really like it.
So far, the Chiefs are doing a lot better in this draft. They've got a lot of kill potential already and a lot of early skirmishing potential. I mean, even to the point where I believe it was Dewish team when they were sitting on 0 kills. This is pretty much the draft they picked up their first win on, when I think most people had them written down as probably not going to pick up a win.
Jax is locked in. Now, do you just pick up the Griggity Graggler to go into the Jax? It looks like they might prioritize an ADC instead. The Xayah does do well against what's shown, but I think feels like the Gragas is the best top laner left available into the Jax, so I hope they pick it up. Yep. This is looking real good for Chiefs.
I do hope, however, that it is going to be the AP Gragas this time.
It will be. Buyer's a Chad. He'll do it into the Jax, I'm sure. Don't let me down.
Will he phase rush or Comet? Because I believe Driver goes Comet, but I believe some people go phase rush.
Yeah, I think he might be more of a phase rush kind of guy, and I think it's a good game for it. Especially if you're not confident you're going to get a lot done in the lane.
Yeah, and admittedly you aren't solo AP, where oftentimes Driver is, so might just be better to have that survivability. See though, bans yet to come through. Rel, I think after that 5-man ult, probably just want to get that one taken away.
Yeah.
It might just be a bunch of support bans, honestly. It feels like, if you're Chiefs, you'd probably like that, because what is there? There's Rel already banned, there's Nautilus, Leona, Rakan, Alistair, and only 4 of those can get banned, so Chiefs would have their pick of the litter. It is going to be the Xayah ban, and I think that's a good ban, because notably in this game, Xayah does well into the Sejuani, does well into the Jax. And so taking that away as an option from Raze does feel pretty good, but Raze should feel confident on pretty much any AD carry. He is a very tried and tested marksman player.
Yeah, he'll be willing to play pretty much whatever. Now there is still some Milio combos up, as well as the Ashe that can go with it. We haven't seen a lot of Milio because it did get nerfed, but there was, I believe, one game it got picked, and it did look pretty bad, I feel like. I think it was J-Team played it once, right? And it fell pretty far behind. Varus is banned away, though. So maybe we are now starting to look towards some of the more off-meta ADCs. And we've seen some different stuff.
Chiefs probably look for an Ashe here.
Yeah.
I think an Ashe would be... Well, yes, it doesn't do too well into the Jax. offering your team even more engage often feels pretty good. Alistair, very similar.
Yeah, I kind of like this. It feels like you take away what is one of the stronger supports and you still give Raze the option to counterpick into the comp. Feels like you are just picking a engage support no matter what. And I wonder if something different will come out here because the Zeri is the obvious power pick left up. What else have we seen? You mentioned the Ashe, there's the Sivir.
The Samira.
True, but we pretty much always see it with Rel.
Yeah, we do. Admittedly, there is still a lot of setup for Samira in this comp, but I don't think it'll be the Samira. Could see the Draven, depending on what AD carry's locked in. Oh, it is banned. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, they got rid of it.
Raze honestly looked pretty good on the Draven last time.
It's a hard game.
Okay. It will just end up being the Zeri, I feel. Obviously... Oh, okay. I mean, short range coming through from Chiefs. Israel pretty good against short range champions, as well as can avoid out of a lot of what Chiefs want to do. But it will be the Zeri that's locked in. And now, where do you go for Raze? There's the Ashe, which seems like it might be an obvious one. Samira, the current hover. Aphelios again. Ooh.
I am down for something psycho.
I'm down for the Callista. That would be fun, but it is just going to be the Aphelios.
I still don't mind that, though, because I think Aphelios does have the potential to go forward. In all honesty, I think this is the best chance that Chiefs have.
Yeah, this is a very solid team comp, I think. And
yeah.
100% win rate currently in the playoffs for Aphelios. See if Raze can keep that one up. Certainly a champion he is proficient on and has all the pieces around him to make him successful. Obviously, really, the only threat onto him should be this Jax, but you've got a lot of peel coming through from the Gragas, from the Alistair, as well as Aphelios, one of the better champions going up against the LeBlanc. Itemizes lifesteal very easily, has lifesteal in his kit. I believe it was also the Duish team game that they won. I believe also had Pepero and Aphelios, and he one-shot Jimmy's LeBlanc at one stage of the game. So, honestly, I think Chiefs, if they're going to find a win here, this draft is exactly how to do it. As long as you play around what your team comp does, and I think this game more than any of the other games has a very solid idea of what you want to do. I think I even favor the Chiefs in terms of draft here.
I think I agree. I think that while Frank have a solid comp, I think that it is heavier on the execution, and we've seen that while Frank have been winning these games, they have been making mistakes and they haven't been super clean, and now it feels like that shoe is on the other foot where Chiefs have just a very simple press R composition. Let's just fight. We're not worried about waiting for items. We're not worried about needing to find flanks or find some poke before the fight. They can just take a straight up 5v5 brawl, and I think it plays very well into what succeeds in the PCS. So I really hope the Chiefs pick up this win and end up making this a really competitive series, because most of our series so far have been fairly one-sided.
Yeah.
And we're hoping this one isn't going to be like that.
I think notably, the only series that wasn't a 3-0 was Chiefs versus DCG, where they picked up the first win in the series. Chiefs now heading on to the Rift for the game number 3. They're down. Frank are on match point. But I'm certain here that Chiefs will not be going down without a fight. It is going to be the Arcane Comet, Scorch, Mana Flow Ban, Absolute, or Transcendence even, Gragas, which I'm very excited to see. One thing notable, that when I've watched the LCO, and I believe you were similar, is that the Gragases in the LCO, it was not Biopanther admittedly, often lost the matchup against the Jax, but I feel like Biopanther, especially what we've seen out of him in the PCS already, I feel very confident about this man. Will he be able to find a solo kill? It might be difficult, but I believe in this man to punish the Jax and really help his team get across the line here, because now it's do or die. If you lose this one, you're out. But I'm confident. I think Chiefs can do this.
Yeah, I feel most confident, I think, about this draft for sure. They did manage to get a ward in that top side jungle, so that's going to make it a lot easier to work out which side of the map Kenny Chan solo started on, which I think is big, because that's something that was happening a lot, especially up again. I think it was Bliss that took on Beyond initially. They were having their jungle warded out by Kongyue very, very early every time. So Chiefs make sure to get a little bit of that info for themselves and can help make some of those better decisions. And I'm a big fan of getting Kevy in here just to play the Viego, because I think he is very, very good on the champ. And I think, again, it's a champ that initially maybe didn't find the most success in the PCS, but now I think with the way teams are just fighting so often, it really does play well into that.
Yeah.
And I think being willing to kind of embrace the PCS style is a big step, because it's hard to come in and say you want to scale and you want to hit 2 items, because everyone else here just has so much practice at fighting and stopping people from doing that, that you just have such a hard time. You're not going to get that same free scaling that you might in the LCO.
Yeah, the games truly do just come down to an absolute brawl 90% of the time.
Much. I wouldn't have it any other way.
That's right. It is a bunch of fun. Now, Kenny Chan headed on to this bot side river, actually looking here for Kevy's blue buff. Will get the ward down, notice that it's there, and Kize now, being the target of a gank, does flash away from that Arctic Assault, keeps himself nice and safe, but it is an avenue now that can be punished, of course. LeBlanc has some great gank set up, and Kenny Chan, akin to game number 2, is waiting to look to immediately punish that summoner spell usage.
Kaiwing is there as well. They may be looking for him. I think there is a ward. I can't quite see. No, there is no ward. I think it just expired, so Kise has to be careful without the flash. Alderac is coming up, so they definitely realize that with this lane frozen and no flash.
Oh no. Okay, does he get the stun off to maybe survive? Hit Bart. Kenny Chan under tower. Kise does survive, but not without losing the vast majority of his health.
I'm really surprised Kaiwing didn't try to just commit, flash auto ignite or something there. Maybe couldn't get in range. Either way, it's a pretty big lead picked up, especially because that wave remains in a rough spot. And there's nothing to stop Frank from just going mid again.
Yeah.
Wards are dropped there in the bot river. And I think that because they will be fine, at least for a little while. As Kenny Chan will pick up this blue and Kaiwing goes back to bot. But expect to see mid revisited in the future. Playing a no flash, a mobile mage against LeBlanc is never any fun.
Definitely not. And I think notably, one thing I want to say about this top lane as well, obviously the Gragas in the PCS is pretty much always the answer to a Jax as a counter pick. Solo Kill has been pretty much the only top laner that has been able to survive that, and in fact, pretty much remain even the entire time. And he's doing so in this game as well. He often looks for proxies early to avoid this wave being frozen where it's at, but right now he isn't able to do so. Kenny Chan in the area though, so this freeze is likely to be broken. BioPanther, wise to the opportunity, puts down that ward, and we'll know Kenny Chan's location. So, well done by him. Solo Kill pretty low.
Yep, that wave is pushing back out to him though. But he just needs to be careful.
Cops himself a Scorch. Now, Aladoric's looking here on mid, but Pretender has that distortion, also has a ward in that bush. He's not going to be able to be looked at as Kevy going for the invade. Might be able to find these Raptors, having Alistair here. It is Kaiwing who is roaming up and is upper level on the Alistair, but 3 to 4, not the biggest difference, and Kevy's just going to have to leave. Aladoric, though, might be just caught out as he's being looked at. Hitbot to try and get himself some range. Does manage to flash out of that grand entrance. And it is going to be another summoner spell here, lost for the side of Chiefs, as Kevy now being looked at. Permafrost not going to be able to stun him up, though, as he does limp away.
Speak of Permafrost, and mid lane seems permafrozen as well. Fortunately, because they can't crash that. Maybe had the opportunity there with support and jungle, but doesn't have a lot of wave clear. They did try and invade away that camp. Have to see if he can manage to crash that in the 1v1. He doesn't quite have his ult yet, but needs that to crash. Now, importantly, Pretender hasn't recalled, so sitting a lot of gold and raise. Might take just a tap of damage on the way out. Is going to be fine.
All right, Shock. Who gets first blood in this game?
Pretender.
Pretender?
Yeah.
On to Kize?
I'm not sure who it's going to be on.
Okay.
But I think he's the man who's going to get.
No, you got to have more faith. BioPanther's going to solo kill. Solo kill. Oh.
Could this be it? It could not. There's no reset yet.
I felt like I was about to eat my words there, but Kize does survive.
One thing I didn't see is if LeBlanc did go for the sorcery this game. I guess she did, because I don't see any DMAS, so I guess they might have all been used already. She also went points in W. A lot of the time you see 3 points Q, but...
Oh, who got it?
I think Kenny Chan got it, yeah.
Oh, disaster. It's all right. It is Kevy who picked up the same amount of CS, really. Kenny Chan, though, continuing on by Panthers in the area, will have first rotation to this, as does Kize. Kenny Chan also does not have flash, but Kevy's getting very, very low. This should be first blood, and neither of us correct. It is BioPanther. Gets himself on the board early. First blood there. Good start for Chiefs. Finding themselves ahead already.
It's a nice pickup. And I will say, hold on, that thought as a Engage comes out bot.
Grand entrance comes in. He's going to be stunned up, and this might be another kill. Raze finds it for himself with that Moonlight Vigil. A kill top and a kill bottom now for Chiefs, and if you're ever going to get it done, this is the start you want.
The perfect start, really, getting kills on both sides of the map, and assist on Kize as well. It's a really big pickup. I think especially for Raze, who sometimes finds himself in these games just being so close to having the items he needs to carry and not quite there. We'll take another look at what happened bot. I think it was over-aggression from Kaiwing. Tries to go in. Misses the knock-up.
And then just, rooted up,
just
stunned up.
Chained.
Oh, maybe even the double usage.
Yeah, I think it was a mistake. He probably could have got out. Was going to lose his flash no matter what.
Yeah.
And I will say, just a random tidbit, that thing that happened to Kenny Chan where he invades without prio and dies, that has happened to him a lot this split. It's definitely
a Kenny Chan classic.
It's his bad habit, for sure. I remember very early in the split, it was something that he struggled with, so not something you want to see rearing its head again now as Baron is alive. Dragon's up 2 and haven't seen any pressure towards it. We'll see what Raze does. Sometimes you see Aphelios just stay bot and just try and pressure plates if the Zeri does come up. So far, it seems like a 4v4, and this is a 4v4 that I am liking for Chiefs.
Oh, Biopanther will be hit there by that frozen prison. Is going to get taken out, so unfortunate, but a good find by Kenny Chan. And while he may have made a mistake early, almost makes up for it there as he manages to take down Gragas while the wave's pushing towards him. And Solo Kill going to get himself a lot of gold, and it also is this Rift Heal that will be picked up as well for the side of Frank. It's being answered. Dragon getting taken by Kevi, but things going to be a bit harder now for this Gragas. Pretender going to have to flash away. Getting a bit over-aggressive there onto the Annie.
His forces out in the 1v1. I'm not sure if he needed a flash, but commits it anyway. And ultimately, Frank do get the win of picking up that Herald. It looks like this Dragon is traded away by Kevi, though, so all things considered, I think you're still fairly happy with the state of things.
Wonder how many plates. I can't see the number, but...
The top tower?
Yeah.
It's on 3.
3. 2 plates picked up by Jax. That's pretty scary.
Yeah, it's definitely a big
That's over a kill's worth of gold, and he picked up an assist as well alongside it, so...
Yeah. One thing I wonder is if Gragas should have gone the Mercs, because I think Lucidity is really good on Gragas, no doubt about that. But against LeBlanc, Sedge, Jax, topside,
yeah.
I feel like it's sort of valuable, but maybe.
Especially without Phase Rush, right?
Yeah,
you are
true.
Quite vulnerable. Yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, sometimes the Lucidity boots are just so invaluable on the champion.
They
because
are
you
really
just
good.
Permanently stun lock people with your knockups. We'll see, though. I'm sure Biopanther has his reasonings, and he does look very good. Good, using the body slam there to dodge out of the potential stun from Counter-Strike, as Tower Plate is lost there mid. Unfortunately, no one picking up the gold for that, as Kaze does back out to ensure he doesn't get collapsed on by Kaiwing or perhaps Kenny Chan.
I think Kaze's done a pretty good job, all things considered. There was a lot of pressure put towards him early, and while he did lose the flash, he never actually went up going down.
It's going to be Proto Bout, by the way.
Yeah, I'm a fan of that. I think having more engage here is good. Maybe you miss out on the Leandries versus Sedge, but I don't think it's a super tanky comp, and you do have a lot of damage coming through. I mean, you got 4 damage threats on your team, so I kind of like it.
I do too. I think almost always we actually see the Leandries here in the PCS, but I think this is a game where you have this Viego with Divine Sunder is going to offer a lot of... Oh, is it Triforce?
Could be, yeah.
Yeah. Either way, you still have this Viego with the Blade of the Ruin King passive anyway, which will offer damage onto those tanks. You have Aphelios, who at about the 3-item mark just makes tanks look like they're squishies. As well as the additional damage that will come out of this Gragas. Going to go Everfrost, of course, but still... damage additional, and you're not really looking to kill the Sejuani, admittedly. It feels like this is kind of akin to game number 1, where if you kill Eminem, the team fight should become significantly easier for you.
Yeah.
I think Pretender must... I mean, maybe he just hasn't ever had the gold to find the boots, but is currently sitting on just that double magic mantle, so will likely become Merc Tread soon.
You would think so. Maybe looking mid.
Oh, yeah. Kize managing to land that stun will not be stunned up by Pretender's chains, and the Herald being dropped here means this LeBlanc going to get to her items just that much quicker. Does she pick up the gold?
Yeah, she tapped it before. Fair amount of money going in her pockets. There could be an argument, maybe, for going a different boot on LeBlanc and then going Banshees, but it would take so long
Yeah,
to
you
get
need those
to.
3 items first.
I mean, you could go up maybe instead of Lich Bane, but it doesn't feel worth it. I think just pick up the Merc Treads.
Yeah, I definitely agree. But all things considered, game remains at an even state. It is that first Dragon also picked up from Chiefs, so you'd argue not in absolute gold, but perhaps in stats they are actually ahead at the moment. And Aphelios getting his items pretty quickly and safely feels very, very good as you head into the later stages of the game. There is also, it feels like not the hardest game to pilot the Aphelios this game as well. Like, while you do struggle a little bit around LeBlanc at those 3 item mark, you shouldn't be too threatened by the Jax just because of how much peel's coming through. And then obviously, once that counter strikes down, you will do significant amounts of damage to solo kill.
What are your thoughts on the Dirk Aphelios? Because there isn't really many tanky targets he's going to hit.
I don't really like it. I think you do want to just get to your items as quickly as possible because it feels like, well, yes, the Collector may offer you a lot of damage. Later on, it becomes less useful. And really, as the Aphelios, you want to get to those sort of 3-4 items, and at which point you may just prefer to have a quicker LDR or a quicker Bloodthirster.
Maybe a
Especially
fight around here. I like this fight for Cheats, though. They're on big spikes, and I think it's hard for Frank to fight this.
Definitely. Dragon spawning in 30 seconds. Chiefs controlling the river for the meantime.
Yep. I think this is definitely a game where Chiefs should look to stack up those Dragon Souls. Just force Frank to continue to come team fight them. Don't give them the opportunity just to play some sort of 1-3-1 with LeBlanc and Jax.
Saw that little graphic on your screen there as 14 minutes and the tower plates fall. It was 1,050 gold picked up for the side of Frank. A significant amount more than the Chiefs. But the Chiefs are still maintaining an even amount of gold. And they're looking towards their second dragon, Raze having the perfect guns. And Aladark marking this Zeri, so she will never be able to enter.
Second drag goes the way of Chiefs.
Ooh.
Pretender looking at this mid tower. Bio's here to defend it, but there's no wave.
Yeah, Eminem. Oh. He's trying to get out, but he will not be able to. And it's Raze who picks himself up another kill. That's a second on the board here for this Aphelios. Feels very, very good.
Yep. I think while you gave over that first tower gold, I still think you're not too worried about this LeBlanc for a pretty long time.
Oh,
Kevy, though.
Kevy does have his ult available for him, does get himself over the wall, but he's stunned up for a very long time. Is going to be followed there. Flash out of Kenny Chan in the smite. Secures that kill. So a bit of gold traded back, but it does go onto the Sejuani, which feels like not the ideal person for gold. But certainly a good amount of tempo should be afforded as this Rift Herald will be spawning very, very shortly.
Kenny Chan, or Eminem, felt safe here, but there was a hole in his vision. He tried to get out and just had nowhere to go. It was taken out. And I think the gold going on Raze, super, super nice. He's getting really, really strong in this game. And that's going to bode well, I think, around that next dragon fight. Because third dragon is something that Frank are going to have to contest. And I think they shouldn't really have hit their spikes by then. So this game is looking good for Chiefs. Now, they have to be careful because at this point in the game, the side lanes are really strong for Frank. It's pretty hard to match them, and this can be a chance for Frank to take back a lot of gold. As you can see, both side lanes are being pushed in, and they're sort of struggling. But Chiefs have prior over mid, so if they can lean this prior to the other lanes, they can perhaps relieve some of that.
Yeah, and it feels like, I don't know, what do you think? Because I feel personally like maybe the Gragas has to answer into the LeBlanc, just being able to sort of get those minions from a further range, but you don't really also want the Annie into the Jax, because we all know that Jax counters Annie pretty hard. But what do you think? What do you think the lane assignments should be when you're trying to sort of stop this side laning?
I'm not too sure, but looks like we're not going to find out just yet as they're going for a 5v5, and I like this again for Chiefs.
Yep.
Just keep forcing the fights.
Everyone's here. Raze does have to be careful, though. He doesn't have very good ult. And Pretender finds his way onto him. It's going to be the fight breaking out. Kize getting very, very low here, but does find some stuns there with the Tibbers. A solo kill in the mix between 4 members of the Chiefs. It was the Rift Herald, I believe, picked up there by Frank, as we'll see very, very shortly. No one goes down which is critical because it means that Chiefs can still stick around and try and find themselves some gold, not giving over anything just yet. Tibbers will be going down now to this tower as Solo Kill and the rest of Frank are looking for some CC. Kenny Chan not taking all that much damage. There was Rift Herald secured there by Frank.
Kept some Kaiwing's pockets there. Now, there were some pretty important cooldowns used in that fight. There is a lot of flashes down from the side of Frank. Crucially, though, because they also used his flash. So I don't think it's super clear who the flash trades actually favor. I think it might favor Chiefs. Just because Annie, especially with the Proto Belt, can still find those engages. And for me, I think this next fight will be pretty make or break. I think if Chiefs can win this next fight, they have that third dragon and can pressure that fourth dragon soul all game long. But if they lose this fight, and that is more gold that goes over to Pretender and Eminem, they will hit those second items that they're after. It feels very similar to game 2. But that time it was Chiefs who were waiting on those spikes and ended up losing the fights to Frank when they needed to just hold on.
Oh, Kaiwing does use his great entrance forward. He might just be taken out as Aladoric will not find the engage onto the Rakan. Kenny Chan walking forward. He's very, very tanky, but Ray's on the backside, getting himself a killing spree there, taking out Kaiwing. And it's going to be Kenny Chan next. It's a shutdown onto Rays, who is 4-0 now on this Aphelios, and he's looking to take over. He's taking matters into his own hands, and it's a minute out from this dragon. So respawn timers will come through, but Ray's picking up 2 kills while only having to use the Gale Force feels extremely good.
For sure. He's going to be so strong ahead of this next fight. Probably should base and spend his gold before it, though. I think third dragon is so important. If they fight now before Raze is based, I think that would be a mistake. Need to get off the map.
Should be the Collector picked up, I have to think. That was a tower and 2 kills.
His base is pretty late, though. We'll see. Kevy, they find nice pick onto Kaiwing here. I'm not sure how he ended up dying. I guess Ray's got him on the side somewhere.
Raze comes and snipes him with Gale Force, I think.
Yeah, nice pickup. He even got another one. I think it was a shutdown that he picked up onto this edge here. So must be on a ton of gold. I really hope he can spend it ahead of this dragon, though, because the next dragon fight is too important and it's paused.
The anticipation is now killing me because Raze doesn't look like he's recalled. I think he's going to very shortly. But he's 4-0. He hasn't recalled. He picked up a kill, 2 kills. One was a shutdown, the tower. So you have to feel like Collector should be picked up from him. And while I think later on in the game isn't going to be the strongest option in terms of an item for the Aphelios, for this upcoming dragon, which for them is their soul point dragon, is an incredibly important item spike. As we're back to live now, Raze recalling. He does get that Collector. Does he have anything else? A null magic. So I actually like that. I think there's a lot of magic damage coming through. And while maybe you're not even going to upgrade that, you might eventually, but I think for now, just having that MR is pretty crucial.
Yeah, just buying power for this fight makes a lot of sense. This is a big one for both teams. One that I think with their spikes, Chiefs should win. But they have to come up against a team of Frank who are very, very good at team fighting.
Yeah, and it's a lot comes down to the Raze. If Raze is positioning and finding the damage he needs to, you feel like Chiefs are going to win. Of course, it is still Frank, despite the 5-2 kill deficit, that are ahead in gold. And so a lot of that onto Solo Kill is, looks like Kize getting looked at here. That it was the Glacial Prison used by Kenny Chan, but it's answered. He is stunned up, and the fight looks like it's going to break out. Kaiwing using that quickness and the grand entrance. There's some crucial cooldowns down now for Frank. No Rakan ult, no Sejuani ult, and critically, everything except for the explosive cast really available for the side of Chiefs, as Raze has green and white gun, which is very powerful and honestly one of the better combos to have when facing up against this LeBlanc. It is Kaiwing being looked at, half of his health being taken out as Pretender now being herded towards the base of Chiefs. They're turning around now to Solo Kill. That's going to be the Counter-Strike now down as Raze. Losing his white gun, puts down one last turret. Gonna lose that now as Gravitum is the gun that comes out. They're trying to find a lot of damage. Kenny Chan not really taking all that much, and it's a 4-man Counter-Strike, but it's going to be Kevy who picks up that kill. He gets the reset. He is now the Jax, and he's looking for his double kill. In the meantime, it's Kenny Chan who's taken down by BioPanther's Chiefs now, chasing down this Rakan. They won't be able to get him, but what they will get is Soul Point.
This is exactly what Chiefs need if they want to turn this series around. They are going to be able to pick up this third drag. It's maybe a shame that they didn't go towards the Baron. I think it might have been better just to send 3 towards the Baron and leave the Dragon for now. Instead, they want to play towards consistency. And Pretender, I don't know if he's going to be able to get out here.
He is.
He's going to try.
He certainly is. He's having a Trick 2G moment.
Yeah, I guess he is out.
He probably is. Unfortunately, you can't lock down a LeBlanc. Will likely get out of this situation, although...
Maybe not.
Raze is here. If he lands the Gravitum auto attack, which he does, this should be Pretender maybe going down. Kevy certainly... He's walking into Kevy's weight in arms, although goes back, it will be Raze. Another shutdown onto this Aphelios, and Raze, he's having a game for himself.
Yeah, I think that delays the LeBlanc death so long that Chiefs might just do this. It might have been better for Pretender just to die early.
Solo Kill has teleport available for himself. He is in their bot side, and it is an open inhib, so maybe they look for that, but it seems like it's too late for that now, as this Baron down to half HP, Kai Wing. And the teleport does come through. Eminem's looking. There is the stun available. Tibbers, Flash, all available for Kizé. Right now, though, Aladoric marking Kenny Chan. He's an absolute thief of the Barons. He's looking for it, and he does it again. Kenny Chan, unbelievable. This guy always gets the Baron. Headbutt hits Solo Kill over the wall as Kevy trying to chase him down. Counter-strike. Maybe he can get out. Flash almost secures the fact that he will, and somehow, beyond all belief, Kenny Chan, for about the 5th time here in the PCS, gets his team the Baron.
How is that possible? It feels like if Chiefs pick this one up, they just win the game pretty much. Unfortunately, it's delayed a lot now. We'll take a look at this. So Frang, they had committed to trying to trade this. They dropped the Herald, but then they do turn around for the fight. And I think they should be trying to avoid fights. I think you want to delay this Baron or this Dragon as much as possible, but you don't actually need to look for the engage. So I think Solo Kill going this far forward, it doesn't make a lot of sense. I think you just buy time for LeBlanc. Instead, Frank are the ones forcing the issue, right? They're the ones that require special things for their team fight to work. Whereas Chiefs, hey, we bowl up as 5 and we press our ults, and that's all there is to it. They come away with a massive team fight victory and turn their gold lead, into their favor. But maybe now with that Baron being taken away, we'll take a look at it here. TP comes in. Now this is a 4v5. Pretender has no TP, I don't think, as well. So he's not going to be here. And Aladoric is doing a good idea, I guess, of holding him off. I wonder if Bio maybe should have tried to barrel him, but was trying to hold the other flank. And they could have got Solo Kill here, I think, but accidentally pushed him over the wall here. Yeah, didn't quite combo it, right? But that's rough. I mean, the gold lead is still in Frank's favor. Now, importantly, Chiefs have those 3 dragons to 0. And if they can pick up the next one, the Ocean, it's really, really good against Frank's comp. There's poke that comes out from Zeri and LeBlanc, and that will all be healed up. And there's also not a good champ on Frank's comp that can build any healing reduction. So if that comes through, it's pretty much a done deal for Chiefs, but they have to be able to leave their base, and they have to be able to get to it. And there's still going to be a Baron for another minute.
What are your thoughts on the Hex Drinker here from Raze?
I think it's good. I think as long as you don't die, like the fight should be really easy. And I think Gragas can keep Solo Kill off you. Solo Kill's got the Shojin though.
Yep.
The strong boy.
Okay. Really, it's damage control. You are down in gold, but Raze is not. And you just want to not let the rest of Frank pick up any gold. As we look at that gold total, Raze 1.6k ahead of the next member, which is obviously Pretend on the LeBlanc. And he's over 2k up on Eminem's Zeri. So a hugely far ahead of Aphelios. And really, it is all down to how Raze plays these next fights. And I think critically, the most veteran of the members of Chiefs. So you do feel pretty confident if anyone were to have all the eggs of the basket, it probably should be Raze.
For sure. Pretender did lose his flash there to Kevy at some point. Not too sure what happened around there, but that's one less cooldown that Raze has to deal with. And he has both his Sums and the Hex Drinker, so he should be able to stay alive. And I think they should be able to leave their base as well. Now that the Baron is gone, it's a bit easier to push out. And this is another really big dragon fight. One that I think Chiefs should be really heavily favored at. There's no Void stuff yet for Pretender. He's working on it. And there's no lifesteal or any more damage here for Eminem.
I am intrigued by the Horizon Focus Gragas.
Yeah, it's a bit odd.
But we'll have to see. It will offer more damage. And Pretender, you just W'd forward and Raze took almost all of your health. Now, Pretender does have teleport available for him, but obviously no flash. Dragon now 10 seconds away. It will be completely melted, really, by either team, but more so by Chiefs with how strong Raze is currently. Frank looking to get themselves some control back, and they will be able to ward for this Dragon. Double pink wards there into that bush, unfortunately. Pretender has a flank, but notably Raze with this Hex Drink is going to be very, very hard to take down. It is Gragas doing his best to zone away these members of Frank. Constant barrel rolls, and Kenny Chan's actually down pretty low. Raze has the white and green gun now, and it's going to be an engage from Kaiwing, but it's the Soul going over to Chiefs. It's a team fight breaking out. They're going to have the Soul to help top them up in the middle of it, and Raze is untouched. He's offloading so much damage, he's had to flash away, and Kenny Chan's getting very, very low. There are no resets yet for Kevy onto this Viego, and Raze is trying to find the damage he can. It's not going to result in any kills, but critically, it does result in the Ocean Soul going over to Chiefs, and by God, they're going to do it.
That's a massive pickup, and I think that increases the Chiefs' chance to win by a huge amount in this game. There is perhaps one more window for Frank to get in, and that's killing Raze while he doesn't have sums. If Raze can get through this period without dying, I think Chiefs will take out the win.
Well, Kaiwing is going to make sure that he goes down here early enough to respawn before the Baron. I think that's a very, very wise decision. Although notably with that support down, vision control going to be very hard. But take us through this replay. I think maybe Raze doesn't have to use flash here and could be potentially punished later.
It was a hectic fight. I think the big play was by Aladoric to CC up Kenny Chan for long enough that the Baron or the Dragon could just go down. Taking a look at Raze here, I think, yeah, maybe panic flashed. Didn't see quite what forced it out of him. Yeah, I think he kind of did flash for no reason, but honestly, there's so much going on in the team fight, it's really hard to tell in the moment, and probably felt like if he didn't die, there was no chance they'd lose this fight, so I can kind of respect it. Oh, I didn't even notice
Yeah,
this.
I saw that, but Raze had already left by then, but if he did get that auto off, certainly would have been the kill over to Pretender, but wasn't to be, and now Baron live. Honestly, Raze so strong, picked up his LDR on his most recent recall, has that Hex Drinker, has so much damage, although no flash now, so Kaiwing, though, notably, really the main person that should get on him. Maybe you could argue solo kill as well, but there is a lot of peel that can come through from that. There is no flash on Kaiwing's Rakan, as Chiefs look to first take some of the standing gold off the map, which feels pretty good, and now Frank, what are you looking for? They're looking to maybe punish BioPanther. Oh, the flash! He gets hit anyway, and he's going to be going down. Ocean Soul will not be enough to heal him up. And that is a critical mistake, perhaps. There's so long until this Gragas is back. He does have teleport, but it's a fast track on the mid lane here for the side of Frank as Chiefs head back towards their base to defend. Maybe Frank are overstaying, Kaiwing being looked at. Sorry, not Kaiwing, Kenny Chan. It is just going to be that inhib tower. And so Ocean Soul still on the Chiefs, but their base is being broken open here by the side of Frank. And that's dodgy. There is a LeBlanc here against who can really pressure these side lanes a lot better than anyone on your team.
Yeah, that would be a horrible way to lose, getting backdoored from this far ahead. Now, next fight, Raze will have both sums and he has a stopwatch. He is unkillable. So Frank, they have to find another avenue into this. They have to try and find a flank onto him, or maybe just send, like you said, the LeBlanc and the Jax into the base and have the rest of the members try to delay the resets, because I think that is a very real win condition for the side of Frank right now. Baron is still alive, of course, hasn't been taken by anyone. Elder, 2.5 minutes away. Now, very important, solo kill did just get the Zhonya's, which is going to make his job a lot easier. It's still pretty tough, though. There's a lot of CC to get through before you can get onto Raze, and even then, I don't think it's a guarantee you kill him once you get on him. He's a very strong man.
Absolutely. Now pressure over this river. Very, very critical. Obviously, the Baron on the cards for both teams. They'll both take it in relatively quick fashion if given the chance. So vision really is the key. Zeri helps out a lot. Just throwing those Ws constantly. You can check the bushes with it.
Oh, Kizay, I like this.
I do too. He's auto-attacked the Raptors, but he's running forward to look for solo kill. Protobout misses the Tibbers, but it does force out flash from solo kill. Kenny Chan will not land with that Sejuani ult, and perhaps with those cooldowns you can maybe look. Any not having Tibbers is an important cooldown, but no flash on the Jax and no Sejuani ult makes the time for Raze a lot easier.
Wait, did she use Tibbers?
Yeah, and he used Tibbers and solo kill flashed it.
Oh, okay, I didn't see it.
Yeah, blink and you miss it type vibe. Oh, Pretender!
He's gone.
Pretender has gone forward.
Oh, the clone ate the Aphelios ult. Did you see that?
Yeah,
wow,
I did.
That is insane. I think Pretender would have died probably, right? What guns did he have? It was red and something?
Red, I think it was white-green even, which is...
Was it? Oh,
I think green's the perfect one for it.
He was so dead if it was white-green.
Yeah. I'm not sure. Maybe we'll get a replay.
Yeah.
I don't know what Pretender was doing there in the first place, but almost cost him his life. Lucky to survive and not having a good game for himself, really, on the LeBlanc. His build path doesn't really open him up to doing a whole lot of damage. It also means his side laning's a bit weaker.
Yeah.
And really just hasn't found value. I think this is something that we would have seen in game number 1 too, had Chiefs played it out akin to how they are playing this one, which is very clean. They are still down in gold, but certainly don't feel like it with how powerful this Aphelios has become.
Yeah. And this is a fight that it pretty much is a winner takes all at this point, but Chiefs, they have so much power in it. If they lose this fight, it would just be an insane ending. They have the Dragon Soul. They have both sums on their AD.
Teleport coming through. Kaiwing.
Not the best engage.
Yeah, no, Kaiwing's looking though. He's on the side. Is he going to find a good engage? It looks like he's just going to stun up Kize, who is just taken down. A botched engage. It's really up to Raze here. Massive peel coming out of Aladoric, and the explosive cast does hit 4 members of Frank away, but it should be Aladoric who is taken down here. A massive amount of damage found from Raze here onto Pretender, but it's going to be this Elder Dragon being looked at. In the meantime, though, Chiefs are looking to try and pressure the Baron. They do have Aphelios alive still. He has his flash, he has his ult, so they will be able to take this down very, very quickly. And while you may lose the Elder Dragon, picking up this Baron would pretty much negate it, as you don't have to fight. You can just sit there with your minions. It should be going down. Kaiwing really can't have anything to say about this. It's going to be a trade. Elder Dragon... Oh, but is he going to be a fight? Yeah, this is dodgy.
Raze doesn't have cleanse.
Pretender does miss the chain there. He is still very strong and does have the Hex Drinker. Kevy's trying to peel for him, and Panther having to come back. Barrel rolls out to try and slow these members. Distortion back means that Pretender keeps himself nice and safe, and Kize, worried about his team, does teleport there, but they do all escape. Very critical that that happens now because they do have the Baron, and so they can't really be pushed into it. As long as they don't take a fight, until this Elder Dragon's gone, they can pressure with the last minute of this Baron to try and find some use out of it.
Yeah. I think all things considered, Chiefs got away much better than they should have there. I'm pretty sure Frank should have just sent 4 members to the Baron and then just have, you know, either Pretender or Solo Kill solo the drag. And you can even just chase the rest of Chiefs around. Feels like there should have been a way to get both objectives, especially since you've got 2 kills. I mean, you've got 5 members and they have 3. How is it that these objectives are being traded? Still though, Chiefs getting that Baron, it buys them a very crucial lifeline in this game. If they can manage to somehow weather the storm of this Elder Dragon, then they still have a fighting chance. But if they fight right now, it's not going to be too good for them. No cleanse on Raze as well. That could be a position to punish.
Moore's picked up, has that stopwatch as his final item. Now, critically, his build actually isn't very high in terms of damage. Also doesn't have access to any lifesteal as of yet. But we're seeing a fight. Aladoric going to be forced to use his ult to get out of that glacial prison. And now Ocean Soul available. Elder Dragon should not be up for too much longer. And Chiefs really have to just avoid taking a fight until it's gone down. They want to keep up as much of their base as possible. But perhaps there's not a whole lot they can do, as Pretender pressuring onto this bot lane inhib. It should be taken out. And Elder Dragon being used very, very well here from Frank to find 2 inhibs and keep Chiefs locked up into their base. Elder Dragon should be going down, I believe, in the next 20 seconds, but the fact that you've just found 2 inhibs off the back of that, despite going up against Baron, feels like Frank finding more than perhaps they should have.
And much more, in fact. Getting those 2 inhibs is really big. They will be down for that next Elder spawn. And it looks like we are going to go to a second Elder. So Chiefs, they've had so many chances to close this game out. They keep getting picked, they keep getting torn apart by Frank. But they're still in it. They're still really strong. You look at Raze's items and you think, how can this man die? But there is now quite a lot of damage that can come in from the other members. You look at Eminem, who's really, really strong. Pretender getting closer to his Rabadons. It's not as one-sided for Chiefs as it was earlier.
Absolutely not. And it feels like, really, we're at that stage. This is something we see in the PCS, and we love to see it. The late game, which AD carry offloads the most damage?
Yep. Seen a few 10,000 damage fights here from ADCs in the PCS. And I think Raze, he could join him. He can do some pretty ridiculous damage. But I think his window has closed a bit. You know, now that all this damage has come through, they're looking at solo kill.
Solo kill is getting very low. Does pop the Zhonya's, and Aladark should be here to follow up. Glacial Prison used and Flash as well. That's another fight now that solo kill will not have access to the Flash. And I think Chiefs are doing a really good job. They don't really use a whole lot. Tibbers is down, but will be back up. And importantly, getting that Summoner spell away from the Jax means that now Raze feels even more safe going into this next fight, which could happen around either the Baron or the Elder.
It's going to be pretty hectic. I wouldn't be surprised to just see both teams play for this Elder now, because I think that playing for this Baron, while you could do it again, I think it's really easy for Frank just to walk in with Elder, take those 2 inhibs again. And they're buying time that they need to finish off their builds, especially if they can get Rabadons on Pretender. That would be a really big spike. It's still 2 minutes away. I'm not sure if he'll be able to farm it in time, but if he can, I mean, it's a huge spike. Eminem just completes the Hurricane there, so is really strong in his own right. I guess Pretender has it if he's recalling. We'll see. It's a game that still feels it's really down to the wire. Rabadons is completed, so that's a really big pickup, of course. GA on Kevy could be nice as well. But at this point, feels like if you go down, you're getting one shot pretty much immediately after.
I guess the argument is if someone gets a kill while you're in GA, you can swap over. And honestly, if you're in the middle of a team fight, you manage to get a reset onto the Jax, the LeBlanc, or the Zeri. Could just be a real deal breaker there. And man, this game is coming down to the wire. This is Chiefs' life on the line here. A loss would prevent them from going further here in the PCS playoffs. Obviously, Frank, a win here means they will be going up against J-Team later on in the week. And if you're an LCO fan, you certainly should be here backing the side of Chiefs because they look really good. They've got Raze, the guy who can do it all here. Noticeably, the 80 carry gold gap is closing ever so slightly. It is still in favor of Raze, and maybe ahead of this Elder can pick up that GA, but I almost feel like the stopwatch might just be better. You may lack a little bit of damage, but the fact you can choose when to go into that status often finds a little bit more value than having it go off a little too late when you're already dead. But we'll see. Mid-prio obviously afforded here to the side of Frank due to that inhib being down. As Raze, he's losing his Severum gun, which means going forward, he might just have access to that white-green, which feels okay, but it feels better when people are going into you, and it might not be Frank that wanted to do that.
Still have to deal with all those Baron creeps on bot lane, and Pretender has a lot of push on there. Chiefs, the entire LCO rests on their shoulders right now. If they lose this Elder fight... Oh, Pretender!
Oh, Pretender! Biopanther almost pulls out some heroics. I want to see what happened, but before we do that, it's going to be this Elder being looked at. There's no flash on Gragas. There's no flash on LeBlanc, and Solo Kill still having his flash down from before, but Solo Kill's found himself a fantastic angle. Aladoric's going to have to kite this and peel very, very well. Pretender. As they're looking back onto Pretender, he'll immediately distort, dodge out from that damage from Gragas. Inhib has respawned now in the middle lane. The Elder Dragon being looked at. Kazay goes forward, Kaiwing comes in, 2-man knock up, and Aladoric's looking at Eminem. Raze on the back line, remains untouched as Pretender is going to be taken out. Raze finds that one, but Solo Kill has got his way onto Raze, but it's not enough. He goes golden. It's a 3v3 now as Kevy gets the changeover. He has become the Jax. Ocean Soul working its magic for this lifesteal, and Raze has blue and purple gun. Eminem's out of mana. Biopanther going forward, 2-man Everfrost, and Raze is trying to find the damage, but a lot's been used onto him. Kevy Chan is taken out. The reset coming through for Kevy, and Eminem has it all to do. He's trying to defend. He's going in. He's looking, but he's taken out. Chiefs have won the team fight. They've got the Outer Dragon, and perhaps they can look for the game.
My heart, man. What is going on, Chiefs? They're going to pick up the Baron and the Elder here. Surely this will be the Chiefs fighting back in this game. And look, 280 carries, dealing over 10,000 damage in what was one of the best fights I've ever seen here in the PCS. Just so intense. Please, Chiefs, please make it over the finish line. My heart can't take much more.
They're going to have the Outer. They're going to have the Baron. They can do this. There's going to probably be resets come through. This could be the final push. Chiefs, you have it. All you got to do is get past the finish line, and this is really what started it off. BioPanther somehow chunking out Pretender. This is what began the start of the Outer Dragon. He almost solo kills Pretender, and they'll take us away because my voice can't handle much more.
Oh, it's so hard to tell what even happened in this one, but I think it was a double flank from Frank here on the side. It was well played by Chiefs to collapse on this, force Pretender away. And then they just have a straight up 5v5, which is what they want. And I think Raze, well, both Eddie carries really went absolutely ballistic in this fight. Engage came through from Kaiwing, but importantly, does not find Raze. So Raze has no threat left onto him. Pretty much one-shots Pretender, but back to life.
Picture in picture. This is the inhib. Ult onto Aladoric. Raze is full health, and he's got the perfect guns. They find Pretender. All they have to do now is take down these two turrets. Solo kill, though, is stopping the wave. They're just going to tank it up. Alistair is so tanky. Eminem's here. He's stunned up. Kizay finds a Tibbers. He's got it to GA. Raze, all you have to do now is finish it off. It's a double kill. Only solo kill and Kaiwing remain as Raze looks to take out another one, and Chiefs keep their hopes alive and take game number 3.
43 minutes later, and a 12-0 performance for Raze is what gets Chiefs their first win in this series, and maybe the start of a reverse sweep. Whew, I think we need a bit of a breather after that.
I need some TTL noodles.
True. Oh my, what a game. What a game.
That was insane. That was very well played. I mean, I'm kind of speechless. Honestly, this is, out of the whole series, the first time that Chiefs found themselves not ahead, they were down in goal, but Raze found themselves ahead. He never made a mistake during the whole game. No. I don't think there was a single time where you were like, oh, Raze has misplayed here. Because honestly, he had his flash and cleanse for almost the entire game. In fact, one of his flashes was probably his only mistake because he didn't even have to use it. But what a performance from Raze. I think, honestly, the whole side of Chiefs, really, Aladoric, I think you could almost argue that Aladoric even deserves an MVP because the peeling that guy offered was heroic. Not a single member could make it past that Alistair, despite the constant two-man flank looks from Solo Kill and Pretender. It was such a heroic job, and they got it. Game number 3 goes to the Chiefs.
Insane. And what a game as well. I think that gives you a lot of momentum going into game 4 because I think you have found something that works. Sure, Frank made it pretty hard for Chiefs to end up winning it, but I really think if you run back the same sort of comp, get something that can fight early that isn't reliant on, poke or flanks or anything, just get a strong 5v5. Let's group up and fight comp. I think Chiefs have a chance. They really do.
Yeah, I mean, at this stage, you got to ask, who did it better? Because the Chiefs literally pulled out the Frank comp. I think this is the most Frank comp of Frank comp.
Really is.
The Annie Viego, the Gragas top, a solo kill classic. The Eminem loves his Aphelios, and Kaiwing loves his Alistair. This really is the champs that Frank are best on, picked against them, and they find the win that way. And I have to agree with you. If they can find the draft similar to this one, they weren't even ahead. It was just Raze who got ahead, and he played it so well, and they did manage to win. And wow, I'm floored. That was such a good game from Chiefs and really keeping their playoff hopes alive. They only have to do it 2 more times. I say only. That was an incredibly long and hard game for them to play, but they get it done. I think notably Pretender pretty much missing from that entire game, I think.
Yep.
And it's not because he didn't play well. I feel like the Chiefs just played so well against the LeBlanc, and the draft forced LeBlanc into not being able to build the items she wanted. I mean, noticeably no Lich Bane on a LeBlanc. And maybe if you had the Lich Bane, there's a bit more threat on that side lane push. And we saw it. Chiefs had their base broken very, very early on. And before there could be a contest between those Elder and Baron. And maybe if you had the LeBlanc with the Lich Bane there, it's an angle that Frank could perhaps look to. But it wasn't to be. I think well played by Chiefs, well drafted by Chiefs. And going forward, you have to look for pretty much the same thing.
Yeah, and I think going forward, game number 4's draft will be really interesting because remember, this was Chiefs choosing the red side, which I think, is that the first time in the playoffs it's been chosen?
Bliss chose red game 3 yesterday.
That's right. So in the same sort of position, really, of being down 0-2. So I want to see, do Frank just choose the blue side, or do we say, okay, we really don't want to give over the likes of Annie Viego again, and we're just going to choose the red side? I think that's always the interesting development or progression almost that happens over a series of we're not so much playing towards the regions meta as we are just the meta between our two teams. So I'm really interested to see what sides is chosen for game number 4 here from Frank. And
you take us away. I almost want to watch in silence and appreciate it, but take us through it.
So I think this was the fight that really brought Chiefs to a commanding position in that game. And I think, honestly, it was a big misplay from Frank. I think you can just continue to let your Zeri and LeBlanc poke, but forcing the issue, Kenny Chan, I don't really understand it. I don't think it makes a lot of sense. And watch Raze. I mean, he's just got the squad on him the whole time, and he's never really threatened. You know, you can see he's shielded, he's kiting back. Even when they find the stun on him, he's able to cleanse, Gale Force out. And LeBlanc, I mean, yeah, like you said, it was pretty useless. And I think, yeah, Pretender played pretty well, but just straight up, I think the LeBlanc pick sucks. I kind of hate it.
Yeah, even obviously in game 1, it felt like it could have been many other champs, but again, this is the Baron. There's so much fighting.
There was. I mean, how many fights?
I don't even remember this one
anymore.
anymore.
There were so many fights as well when no one died. You know?
Yeah,
it was
I
just
think
like,
this is one of them, perhaps.
Yeah, I can't even remember. Oh, this was Kenny Chan stealing.
Oh, yeah. This was
pretty mental, to be honest, because Chiefs probably win this game a good 10 minutes earlier if they get this Baron.
I forgot that even happened.
Yeah. What an insane game.
Yeah.
Actual banger. I think what was insane about that game in general was normally you expect, you know, the kind of game going to a double Elder to end up being like a 55-minute game. But this was that same action just compressed into like 44 minutes or something. Just actually insane. And was this Elder number 1 or number 2?
This is number 2. This is definitely number 2, I believe.
It looks like it. I think it is. Yeah, this is that last game-winning fight. I think Kaiwing finding the engage not onto Raze is a big deal because honestly, the Annie is not a real champ at this point. Straight up, like, Raze is a 1v5 machine, and Annie, she's CC, but not a lot of damage. I think if Kaiwing had been able to find Raze and have follow-up from Solo Kill and from Pretender, perhaps there's a way they win this. It's always going to be difficult because Raze, he has every sum. He has Stopwatch. He has the Ocean Soul. He has everything he needs to 1v9. And Frank, they needed a huge engage to turn it around. I think Eminem actually really kept Frank in this here.
Yeah.
I think he did more damage than Raze in this team fight, which is kind of absurd because they were both just, you know, over the 10,000 mark. And if Eminem had mana, you know, maybe this is different.
Yeah, perhaps. But it's just Raze playing around his range pretty perfectly, and they get the GA off of Kevy, but obviously can't really follow up on it. And Eminem, I think you kind of have to go for something here.
I think so too.
But it really was just, honestly, the fact that Chiefs, I mean, you saw at the beginning of that fight, it was Solo Kill, makes his way onto Raze, but Biopanther is literally just standing on top of Raze. And so being able to keep Raze alive there, and you see the gold graph, it was, I think noticeably Frank were ahead, but it was obviously Raze that was by far ahead of anyone else. And that is kind of just the nature of the champs. I mean, very well played. You're seeing the damage there. I think Biopanther's damage is very impressive as well as Kevy. I mean, how often do we see a Viego just do no damage?
Yeah,
it
very
feels like
often.
Kongyue is kind of the only guy that doesn't make that happen, but very well played by Kevy. I think the early stage of the game as well, he found himself a first blood and really took it from there. And Kize as well, while he had maybe a couple of mistakes in that game, ultimately, I think, found the right amount of tibbers at the right times that really led them to be able to facilitate Raze's performance, and he is the MVP. I mean, we didn't really have to guess.
Yeah, no,
I think
he had to be.
Yeah, Elidoric, good, honorable mention, because I think the peeling and engages that guy found were pretty phenomenal. With that man on your screen, he's happy. And so would I be if I had just
Yeah.
had a game like that with how much was on the line.
For sure. And I think, again, the momentum that you get from that, down 0-2 is looking bleak. But to turn around in a game like that fashion, surely now you can spring that into a game 4 and maybe even a game 5.
Yeah, absolutely. But game number 3 now in the books. And it looked like it might have been a 3-0 for Frank, but it in fact isn't. Some heroics from Chiefs keep them in this series. And we'll be back after a small break for game number 4.
好想吃花雕鸡面哦，可是还在加班。阿妈，
加班也能来碗酒香补一补哦。
就是这味道，
这碗花雕鸡面帮你补身又补心，
好满足哦。
还有麻油鸡面赶走你疲累的寒意。要不要再来碗花雕酸菜牛肉面？暖心酒香的丰盛美味，台酒酒香经典系列。
这不就是我们以前常吃的三杯鸡？哇，现在好想吃哦！
笑脸嘞，要不要来碗三杯鸡风味干面？来，跟回味一拜。
就是这味道，
这碗浓郁咸香的酱，搭着葱花，再加上 Q 弹弹的面条，再淋上招牌米酒，吼吼！
这真是记忆中的美味啊！重现记忆中的街边美味，海酒面摊系列。
难得皇上莅临蒙古，臣等备好贡品向皇上进献。
好想吃哦！
特此献上，此为酒香蒙古锅牛肉面，
就是这味道，浓郁的汤头为牛臀骨风味，还有孜然香，淋上五加皮料理酒，更有层次。这真是宫廷御膳顶级享受。
台酒御膳堂酒香蒙古锅牛肉面。
It's a cruel fate for love to fall apart. It's a switch blade drawn across my heart, and I don't wanna think what I'm thinking. And I don't wanna fall, but I'm falling. Deep, deep, deep in the dark. Deep, deep, deep in
Everybody, we are back and we have a series on our hands here. And Shock, I need to ask you, what do you expect to see coming into this next one? Because we've kind of seen it all now, and we've seen that the Chiefs willing to bring out Frank's best comp and take it to them with it. So what are your thoughts really ahead of game number 4?
Yeah, so I think Frank will find a way to break that comp apart. Frank did choose blue side, which gives them that flexibility in those early drafts. And I think that we might see the likes of Annie or Viego banned away. I'm not sure we'll see both, and I think it's pretty hard to target Raze just because there are a lot of crit 80 carries that do a similar thing to that. But I think making sure that Chiefs don't have the ability to take the early fights that Frank won could be a big deal. And I'm not sure if we will see it, but I'd really like to see the priority on LeBlanc dropped a lot, because I really don't think it plays well into what the PCS are good at. And if it came down to the exact same draft as last time and they first picked Annie instead of first picked LeBlanc, I think it would look a bit better.
Yeah, I can see that happening, but ultimately, I mean, blue side for Frank, as you touched on, maybe it's sort of an angle where they leave that Jace open this time. They did noticeably ban it in the last draft. And I think now that they know that they've brought in Kevy, Kevy's happy to pick that Viego, it might even raise the priority on it. Like, maybe they even look to try and first pick it.
Yeah.
Because I don't even... What did they first pick? It was LeBlanc that they first picked.
Yeah.
And you feel like you can just drop that for many other mid lane picks. LeBlanc really didn't offer a whole lot in the last game. So maybe there is an angle where now you realize both teams have some priority over this Viego. Kenny Chan looks very good on it. Kevy looked very good on it last game. It could just be the angle where you look to take that away as blue 1, which Frank have access to. Now, notably, you can still pick other junglers that they don't function the same as Viego, but like the likes of the Vi will still have some good early skirmishing, as well as you can pair it with the Annie, which on the red side you're more able to do. But we are now headed into the draft. Thus far, draft remaining the same. It is going to be the Nico Trist banned away from Frank and Maokai. Will it be the Sejuani follow-up from Chiefs?
We will see. I really, really hope LeBlanc doesn't get first pick. That's what I'm hoping for out of this game. Poppy is the ban. So things are looking much the same. Now, eyes on that last ban here for Frank. I believe it was Jace last time. Will it just be Annie instead? Or even just anything and leave Jace up? Could ban LeBlanc, pick Jace too.
Yeah. I mean, Kizé did have a very good LeBlanc performance for himself up against DCG, so it's certainly something that Frank realized Chiefs are open to picking. They are just going to ban the Sejuani. So now this frees up a ban for Chiefs. And what do they look for? But I feel like you just ban the Jace here, probably.
Yeah, that's really interesting. I wonder why they went in that direction. We'll see.
I feel like you have to, right? You just ban the Jace. It doesn't feel like you had a very good answer to Pretender's Jace in game number 2.
That would be giving over the Kai'Sa, though.
Ooh, okay. Kai'Sa's banned. Jace left open. So
Jace left open, but without good pairings.
True. Yep, no Maokai, no Sejuani, which is notable. There is still the Ivern.
Yeah. I'm not sure if Kenny Chan plays it.
No, we haven't seen it, I don't believe, out of Kenny Chan as of yet. He does play the Nidalee, which is an AP pairing.
True.
And Renekton also still open. And maybe it's something that Chiefs should perhaps look to take away, because I'm sure they've done their research and seen Kenny Chan having some successful Nidalee performances. Could just be a good option to try and get rid of. They hovered this last time, did end up going for the Annie, and I honestly wouldn't hate to see the Annie again, although the Ahri does do a little bit better into the Jace in the early stages of the game, and Kizé is a pretty formidable Ahri player.
Yeah, are they going to think about it? Looks like they will. Does do well in the lane. Yeah, I think Viego would be the obvious choice. It had such good success in previous game, so why wouldn't you run it back here?
Kevy hovering his champion pool.
Yeah. Bramus.
That would be fun.
Don't think we'll see that.
There we are.
Viego should be that lock.
We made it. It should be. He looked very good on it last game.
He did, yeah. Now 2-3 for Frank. I wonder what they look for.
Ooh.
I think this could be a game where you try to get solo kill on something like the Gwen later on. If you want that AP threat from him. Maybe just take the Rel and use it as a flex. Do you remember if Kenny Chan's played at jungle yet?
He has not. I think actually so far, I only remember, I believe Godtone played it once, and Jinji has played it a lot.
Definitely played it. Okay, they pick up the Xayah. I like that. I think if you can now round your comp out with Engage and a Xayah not being an answer into it, you do make Razor's job pretty difficult. Ooh. Okay, so if this is locked in, surely they ban away AP tops.
Yeah, I think you can. I think you can leave Gragas, honestly,
Yeah.
but you do really want to ban away the Gwen. I think more than anything.
No. Okay, well they have one more ban, but I think a Gwen is coming for sure if it's not banned.
Yeah, I think you have to ban the Gwen here. Solo kill looks very, very good on the champ, and Raze gets the respect he deserves after his 12-0-3 performance. It is the Aphelios banned against him. Obviously, still, this guy, he's played AD carry for how many years now? He's not going to be shy to pick something else, and it is the Gwen ban, so good work by Chiefs there to identify that that is open. It's something Solo Kill plays, and it pairs very well with his champions, with the champions already seen, and does very well into the champions that Chiefs have already picked.
For sure. Zeria's that other bans are just taking away all the hyper carries from Raze. There are still some oddball ones like the Jinx. We've seen Shun play there. I think here could make sense to take your Alistar. At the same time, maybe you just want to see if this Rel is going jungle or not. And could it be the Draven coming through for Raze? It'd be a bold pick for sure.
Oh, he's gone back to it. Oh, it is.
All right, let's do it.
Now, noticeably, I think this game's a lot easier to play the Draven than last time. It is still hard against the Jace of all things. Obviously, just that range advantage that the Jace constantly has. I think, though, notably in lane, against the Xayah, isn't the hardest champion to play against.
Sure. Oh, will it be the top lane Udyr?
Oh my goodness.
He did play this earlier in the split. We'll
And
have to...
it was an MVP performance.
Is he going to do it? Oh my god, he's done it. Okay, so for you guys at home, Udyr top has been played in the PCS twice by two different people, once by Rest and once by Solo Kill here. And both times it has looked absurdly broken. I mean, I think if you can get the right game for it, it's really, really good, and it's very hard to kill. And I think against Ahri and Draven, two champs that are very bad at killing tanks, the Udyr pick is really good.
Yeah. Noticeably, though, Solo Kill on his last game of Udyr was against an entirely full AP comp.
That is true.
And so doesn't have the ability to just go into a first item MR. What did he go? Abyssal Mask, I think he went first up against Driver's Rumble and just took over the lane and really controlled the pace of the game. Aladoric, though, hovering hook champions. He played Blitzcrank in their win up against DCG. Looked very, very good on the champ and continuously found hooks onto that AD carry. Looks like it will just be the Alistar. And I think after last game, you feel pretty good about giving this guy Alistar. It is noticeably, though, Kai Wings... Oh, so it is the jungle Rel. Sorry, we didn't mention that. It is the jungle Rel. And it's Kai Wings Leona here, which we saw in game number 1. Looked very, very good. Up against Aladoric's Alistar, which again looked very strong last game. I think we might have some chaos in the bot lane in this game because Rel really would like to gank that lane. There's so much setup coming through from Xayah as well as Leona. And on the other side, a lot of setup can come through from the Alistar when paired with this Viego. And early skirmishes as well. I think once again, very early on, favor the Chiefs here. Ahri, I believe, does a little bit better than Jace until that serrated dirt comes through. And of course, Draven, one of the strongest AD carries in the earlier stages of a game. So, Chiefs really have put together a team comp sort of akin to last game in terms of they do like to skirmish early and they should be favored, but noticeably lacking a late game hyper carry, which could be a problem, but honestly last game probably ends before that matters if that Baron wasn't stolen away. So we'll have to see if the Chiefs can find themselves the advantage they had last game, if Raze can get a hit on this Draven. I like the chances for Chiefs. I honestly don't know who I favor in the draft, maybe even the Chiefs again, but that Jace really is the big question mark for me.
I think I favor the Frank draft, and the main reason is I think solo AP Ahri is pretty bad because a lot of the time you do want to go, like so the Everfrost Ahri. If you have to go Liandry's, while you do output more damage overall, you really struggle to follow up and kill carries, and I think that it's going to be tough because if Kisei does go the likes of the Everfrost, it's really easy for that Udyr just to build full armor, and no one's going to kill him. At the same time, it is difficult for Kisei, I think, to choose what is more valuable this game. And I also do worry that this game is, well, I don't think it's as hellish as the other Draven game that Raze had to play. I also just don't think it's a game that's easy to be any AD carry in. You know, there are lots of engage and lots of tanks and threats really that can come through, and I think that it's going to be, well, it really is just up to Raze to find the snowball, because if he doesn't, I think it's going to be, well, it's going to be rough. They need to get ahead. I think the Draven and Viego have to snowball, and maybe even Ahri getting kills, so there is some AP threat. Otherwise, I think I do favor Frank's chances.
Shock. Are you forgetting the 30,000 damage Ornn performance that Driver had? This is going to be a 30,000.
That wasn't against Udyr.
It wasn't, but BioPanther's going to do it. He's going to have 30,000 damage this game. He is going to be the AP threat up in that top lane. It is Electrocute on the Ahri this game, so a little bit less lane pressure, but should have a better time at trying to kill off Eminem and Pretender later on, as items do come through. And again, we have to wait and see what items this Ahri opts towards. Could be the Liandry's. Solo kill, though. He's up in this top side, and he's going to be a bit of a pest. Will be spotted out here. He's actually...
How annoying.
Yeah, he's taken Kevy down to very low HP. Kevy will be able to pick up this red buff, but not before losing the majority of his health.
Yeah, Solo Kill just drive-bys. Now, he doesn't have Ghost, and Kevy could go top with red buff, but it still feels kind of hard. There's not going to be any setup from Ornn, at least for a couple more levels. But how many times do you think the Chiefs have faced Udyr top this year? My guess is that even in scrims, the answer is 0.
Yeah. Yeah, not the most played champion.
Yeah, maybe Zoranus might have played it. I know that guy's a bit freaky. Level 2 here for Frank. Get a little bit of chunk.
Oh, axes are gone. Kufazo's not happy.
Some big chunk here onto Bio. And this is a big deal because I think a lot of these matchups in the current meta, people have worked out to death. How many times have we seen the likes of Jax Renekton? But, you know, for Solo Kill, I'm sure he's confident. Like, he knows the strengths of Udyr, but does Bio? I mean, he probably hasn't played this matchup ever. I think Bio also likes to experiment with lots of picks, so I wouldn't say he's completely taken off guard, but certainly an edge given to Solo Kill in the matchup just from the surprise factor.
And it's something he's likely seen in solo queue as well.
Probably.
There are a lot of frisky top laners in the Oceanic region, and so I'm sure he's seen the Udyr in top. Obviously, it's different because sort of your solo queue players don't traditionally play the lane the same as you do in competitive. But at least for now, Solo Kill getting to work on this tower nice and early. BioPanther, not the easiest champion to last hit under tower on is Ornn. Kevy is back up on this top side. He did lose his blue. And the pressure that this Udyr offers means that he's not even able to look for a trade on the opposite side. So early jungle advantage for Kenny Chan. Now, he is on the rail. It's not going to be the most important thing. But certainly for Kevy, he does want to be able to get some gold in his back pocket.
For sure. And maybe could it be a 4-man towards bot? Ahri has prior. Viego's walking down as well. I think it is hard to dive Azaya, but not at level 3. If they get these kills on the Draven, it would be so big. They're full HP, though. I don't know if they can do it.
Oh, Kaiwing's the one that goes forward. He gets knocked up. He gets pulverized, but it's Raze who's getting very low. Having to cleanse, having to flash. And despite the 4 members of Chiefs being down here, it's Frank who find themselves at the advantage of this play.
How absurd is that? 4 members committed down to bot at level 3, and somehow it's Frank's bot lane that are forcing Chiefs to base first, and they have a frozen wave. This feels like somehow Frank got away with murder. And now they're at a really significant lead.
Definitely. Kevy trying to get something for himself. The Gromp will be up. He's still level 3. Kenny Chan up 3 camps as time stands, but there's some camps now for Kevy to claim, and we'll be able to pick those ones up, you have to think. It is teleport used from Kazay to get back to his mid wave, and all things considered, despite the roam, he himself isn't down too much.
No, he's going to even it up here if he gets them all. Bone plating? Strange.
Yeah, I guess it means that if someone ganks you, you're a bit more survivable, but...
Yeah, I guess it's just to prevent the melee queue from coming out. So I kind of see it, but a lot of the time you see the Aries just go for, again, Airy in this matchup and just really try and hard bully.
Oh, BioPanther.
Yeah, he's trading back pretty well.
Now, one thing I want to say, while probably the whole game Solo Kill would be favored in this matchup isolated, Ornn should have more impact in a team fight because just simply from using the Ornn Horn, Call of the Forge God, does oftentimes cause havoc, really, especially for AD carries. It can often single-handedly force out the likes of the Featherstorm. And so really it is about weathering the storm of the Udyr in the side lane, it feels like. And maybe this is a game where you're not going to be threatened by the ADs for such a long time that you can look for an Abyssal Mask early on the Ornn.
Could be. Do we think Solo Kill just goes Demonic first item? It should be, right?
Yeah, he is. That's what he went last time, I think.
Yeah. I think it makes the most sense.
And it does well into Ornn, of course, burning through that health.
So game being relatively quiet early, I don't even think it really favors anyone. I think so much of playing with Draven comes down to what do you get off your first kill or your first death. You know, if you end up dying and you lose a huge amount of stacks, that's a big problem. Even if you don't end up picking up your first kill until, say, 15 minutes as Draven, as long as you don't give over the stacks, when you get that first kill, you get absurdly far ahead. And I think...
Oh, well, Elidor stunned up here. He does have flash available to himself. Kaiwing, as well as Kenny Chan, looking for something, but Kevy's in the area. Massive minion wave, though. I don't think you want to be going into that. And Elidor retains his sums, gets out of danger. And how egregious is this?
Just proxying between the tier 2 and tier 3. Now, something important here is that Kize managed to reset, get Chapter, and Pretender did not reset. So sitting without the Dirk, this could be a good fight for Chiefs if they fight with that item advantage right now. Looks like Frank, though, maybe just a bit too strong. Solo Kill actually was threatening to come down. He's sitting in that Raptor pit right now. But this is a bit awkward because Pretender has to find a base, and Kize now having access to all that wave clear will be able to pin him here.
I think one thing that we haven't said yet is that there is no inspiration tree for Kize, so we'll not have access to the minion DMAT, which means the priority isn't as easy for him to attain. Because usually you take the DMAT on Ahri to use all 3 charges onto the back wave of minions, and so once your Q's leveled up, it just one-shots as well. And it just gives you priority. You're able to roam bottom and help out, or even top, I guess, in this case, because Solo Kill is just constantly between those towers.
Shame that Kize didn't walk a bit further forward. If he could have cancelled that recall and stopped that Dirk from coming through on the Herald timing, it would be really big. He matches a base of his own, but it is just an amp tome picked up. And I think on this Dirk spike, it should be Frank's Herald for sure. I'd be very surprised if they can fight it. Now, Eminem is walking out mid. Oh. So they're really committing to this. And Raze, he's resetting. So
maybe he should have just committed.
Yeah,
I mean, they wouldn't know.
Yeah, exactly. If he stays and Zaya ends up showing up, then he's in a really rough spot. So it's not easy for Raze. I think ultimately probably made the right choice with the info he had. He's got the Dirk now, so will be potentially able to snowball on that bot side.
What are we thinking he's going for item? I'm thinking Triforce.
Yeah, I think Triforce is the most common, but this was the IE buff patch, so could be an Essence Reaver IE, but...
I think with the dagger, I mean,
it can be tier 2 boots, right?
Yeah, that's true.
I think he seems more like a Triforce man to me, though. They're starting this up, and I don't know if Chiefs want this fight.
Yeah, this feels a bit dodgy. Raze stacking up his axes, should have access to both of them. And, I mean, eyes on him, really. If he gets his stacks of Adoration off, Elidor looking for everything. Kaiwing getting very low, but it's a 2-man Magnet Storm, and Raze is just stunned up. It's going to be an immediate double kill here for Eminem as Raze trying to run away. He does go down. He loses all of those stacks of Adoration, and Eminem comes away with a triple kill. It's going to be the Dragon as well. And a disastrous start here in game number 4 for the Chiefs.
Disaster is an understatement. That is so bad for the Chiefs. They end up losing all the Draven stacks, the first Dragon, 3 kills now over to Eminem, and they lost their Draven sums. And I don't think you won this fight. Jace is a lot stronger than Ahri on this spike, right? And also, level 8 versus level 7 on the mid laners, and no level 6 on your Alistar. Feels like this is just Frank is stronger in basically every metric, and you see Pretender destroys Kize on the side, and then just turn around and cleans everyone up. And I really wonder what Chiefs were thinking, because I just don't know. I don't think this is a winnable fight in any universe. Now somehow, Kaiwing ended up dying, and now Pretender lost his flash. So Kaiwing died to Kevy, who flashed, and now Pretender has to be careful. He might even be looked at here.
Kevy has ult!
Oof.
Not quick enough, but is going to force this Jace away. It does also get out his flash, which can be punished later if Kize gets this back off, gets his ult available. Obviously, the Viego and Ahri can punish the summonerless Jace in the near future. And I think they have to look for something like that because they lost so much. Eminem picking up a triple kill. And I don't even think that's the biggest thing. Half the time, the biggest thing is not the AD carry getting the kills, but it's the Draven losing the adoration.
For sure. That's rough. Kize is going for the Everfrost as well. And, ooh, Kevy.
Oh, Kevy,
he's got
he
no
has
flash.
ult, but yeah, no flash available for him. He's just stunned up. Kaiwing, as well as Kenny Chan, so much CC to offer. Manages to lock up that Viego, and he's going to go down for a second time as things going from bad to worse at the moment. We'll get a replay, though, of what happened to Kaiwing.
I guess he was just stuck after cleaning up the dragon. Honestly, doesn't feel like the worst death. I think as long as it didn't go to Raze, and even then, you know, Raze obviously didn't have a whole lot of stacks left. Now, coming back to the Ahri going to Everfrost, I think it probably is a mistake. I think that Solo Kill can just go full armor if he wants, and also, I think Eminem is less threatened by an Everfrost than he is a Ludens, and I think that's the person you have to threaten this game. Now, Herald drop mid is going to put Pretender in a spot to start having the carry. He should be pretty close to one item, I would think. Has picked up a lot of gold.
Eldoric has to be careful here. He's going to get Zenith Blade, does have access to that ultimate. He's going to pop it, manages to stun up Kaiwing, and he's going to run away. But obviously, that ultimate being lost on your Alistar is a big deal, because now, until that's back up, you really can't look for any fights.
Yeah, and this is not a good spot for Chiefs to be in, of course. You know, they are behind in gold and they are behind in drags, but I think importantly, if you have Draven Viego against Xayah and Rel, these are champs that need to snowball. This is not a game that Chiefs can play from an even state, and so to play it from behind is even worse. They've got to find some way to get back in this game. Now, first items come through for those Frank carries, the Kraken and the Dustblade. It's going to be a tall order. Maybe that can start with Kize. He's got that Everfrost, so can look for picks. And Eminem does not have cleanse, so that has to be the target. If you can get a shutdown on him, if you can get Raze some gold, perhaps there's a way back in for Chiefs, but it's not looking good.
Definitely not. Raze coming out to the mid lane as heavy presence from Frank going towards bottom. So I wonder what the idea is here. You don't have teleport, so this is just going to be Eminem freely really getting to work on the bot tower, which means more gold going over to him. There is no objectives to contest, but they are looking for a kill. Whirling Death comes through, but does go wide, and it's now going to be Kenny Chan who's looked at. Kaiwing coming in from the flank. No kill will be found. Instead, it's just Eminem picking up some freebies in the tower plates for bottom.
Yeah, bot tower, he is just getting so much gold, and Raze is losing all of this. You can see on his player cam there, I think he's a little tilted as he's forced away by Kaiwing's movement there. Eminem is just absurdly fed.
Yeah.
It's going to be so hard to deal with this guy. You know, we talk about needing to stall for Xayah's 2 items, but Xayah's 2 items are going to come in before anyone's even thinking about their second item.
Maybe even nearing on when first items are coming through, honestly, at this point. See, Draven's delayed his Triforce because he's picked up that Dirk, and currently it feels like the headway towards the Navori Quickblades on Eminem is very, very far ahead. Now, top side, honestly, I think Biopanther's done a pretty admirable job of weathering this Udyr as much as possible. But this Udyr now has this Demonic Embrace, and so the next team fight he's in will be a very, very annoying pest to deal with. Yep. Pretender as well picks up that first tower, so that's very important gold over towards this Jace. And we saw it in game number 2, what this guy can do when he gets ahead on Jace. So that's another thing to be scary of now.
For sure.
Scared of, even.
Solico, he's got those Tabi. I think if he comes to this fight, no one can kill him. Ahri can't deal any damage to Udyr, and Draven and Kevy, they don't deal the damage at this point. So I think if Udyr is involved, it's just a complete wash, and Chiefs probably have to look to trade. They are down 5,000 or 4,000 gold almost. Pretty rough.
They are
Herald is
hitting there, but Raze noticeably has been hit by 2 accelerated shock blasts, and he's down to now half health, and he doesn't really have any lifesteal, so Rift Herald going to be picked up by Frank. It looks like Chiefs are trying to answer it with a Dragon, but I'm not even so sure they get this. Depends how quickly they can take it. Solo kill on the way there. Kenny Chan will be late as he finishes off this Rift Herald. Does use his Smite, and it looks like he has another charge available for himself. But Chiefs managed to use that time to pick themselves up a Dragon. I think the most important thing about that is not that they're looking to scale into that Dragon win con, but the fact it delays Frank for another 5 minutes.
I think so. It feels like the best thing you can do right now is to trade, but It feels really weird to be playing a comp that wants to snowball and is forced to give away these early objectives. So now, can they maybe find the flank? Aladoric's looking for it.
Yeah, this Panther who does do a nice job of not being hit there by that stun, and Aladoric's in the back line. It's going to be up to Raze, who finds himself a kill. That's going to be a cash-in. He's looking for more. The Whirling Death will not connect for the second one. Onto Kaiwing, his solo kills in the middle, but it's a noticeable 1-for-1, and Raze collecting all that adoration. Could be a turning point. Eminem remains alive, but very good engage from Chiefs to turn that into a fight that you'd argue is in their favor.
Yeah, I think you'd agree that they are closing up that gold at least a tiny bit, but it was so much gold picked up with the Herald that it doesn't feel like they've made a lot of headway. At least Raze will have some items, but you wonder if it's too little too late. They're still very far behind. Kize looking at solo kill, but to no avail. Triforce now completed for Raze, so eyes on him in the next fight. And we'll see this. So a lot of gold going the way of Frank as they pick this up. And it was a really good timing, I think, from Aladoric, because I think if he hadn't gone, Kenny Chan's engage here, they would have just all been cleaned up. But the Alistair appearing in the backline forces Eminem to think twice and then move back.
He headbutted a minion.
Oh, I didn't notice that. That's unfortunate.
Oh,
they were so close here.
Yeah. Raze almost picked up 2 even.
That would have been a big turnaround. Still, though, it feels like Frank are in full control of the game.
Oh, Kize does get his ults out. He's trying to kite around, but he won't. And Kaiwing does go down, so it's a 1-for-1. Not the worst outcome, really. It looked like he should have just gone down.
His tower should fall, but what about mid? It's pretty healthy, and I guess Eminem was able to clear most of this wave. So once again, it is Frank who trade up. Chiefs, they need to find some more gold from somewhere. I think they're going to have to get shutdowns if they're going to pull themselves back into this. Now down 6,000 gold at 17 minutes. It's kind of come out of nowhere. But it is just CS leads in pretty much every lane, as well as a lot of tower gold picked up, and plates, of course.
Nice by Raze. Stand aside means he's not going to get caught by Kenny Chan. Keeps himself safe in that instance. Does have both his summoners available in this next fight, and Kize does not. But it is going to be very hard. There's so much that you have to dodge out as Raze, especially now that this Zaya is just so strong. Almost at the Navori. Might even have it.
I think he has it, yeah. So incredibly early if he's got it, which I'm pretty sure he does. There it is. Oof. That's going to be tough. I think he has both sums up for next fight as well. Yeah. Feels like next fight, Frank might just demolish Chiefs, barring a huge performance from Raze, and we did see that last game. So it's still very possible that Raze pulls a rabbit out of the hat for us. That's tough. He's up against some pretty heavy odds.
Absolutely is. But, I mean, he has the people around him to help him. BioPanther as well as Aladoric did a great job of keeping him nice and safe last game as Aladoric's looking here onto Eminem. They're going to get his Ghost out ahead of what may be the next fight around either this Dragon or the Baron. Most likely the Dragon. It is an important summoner spell to get. Of course, he doesn't have Cleanse, so Ghost really was what offered him the most safety. Flash will be back up, but Raze noticeably has both of his summoners. Is going to work now onto the LDR second. Makes, I like it in this game. I think you have to try and somehow get through Kaiwing, somehow get through Kenny Chan. I think really the only way to do that is to pick up this LDR. Oh. But Pretender is going to quickly become a problem. He's got his 2 items as well as the fully stacked Mirror Mana.
Looks like Frank are going to opt for resets before playing for this drag. So just going to try and get as much gold as possible and make sure you can win this fight very easily. Top lane doesn't look that fun, if I'm honest.
No. I almost wonder if this is just like, I know... Well, I don't know. I guess it depends on how BioPanther wants to play. But if he's just going to be stuck against Udyr in the side lane all game, it almost feels like it goes against the Demonic. But picking up a Warmog so you just remain at full health in between the waves might even be an okay option. As right now, he's not opting into any magic resist, and it is going to be solo kill going the same build as last time, mostly. He did pick up a Jack Show. He's looking to pick up a Jack Show in this game too. Has the Demonic Embrace. The really only difference is he's not going to be picking up an Abyssal Mask because it is only Kize that's offering magic damage in this one, as well as a little bit from Ornn.
Kenny Chan is starting this up, and Frank trying to put pressure on top side just to make sure Chiefs can't just rush down a Baron. Now, though, Eldog's taken a lot of damage before he's found any sort of engage. This should be the Dragon going over for free, and I'm not sure if Chiefs can trade anything on the top side either. And this is something they've done all series long. They haven't really committed to giving up fights early on, and so a lot of the time, by the time they've decided to trade, it's already too late. You can see Kize, sure, he's pushed in that top wave, but there's no damage dealt on that top tower, and there's no topside jungle vision established there by the Chiefs. So it feels like the Dragon ultimately goes over for free. And while I guess they buy themselves more time, it's time that I think does favor Frank. And the gold for Eminem, very far ahead. Solo kill even is up, I think 1.4k it was, over Bayer. And they're starting a 20-minute Baron. There are no blue trinkets available.
Yeah, Chiefs are not privy to this.
Well,
Elador will be there.
They got the pad.
They do manage to find out. Kevy might have to look for heroic steal. He's getting there. He's going to be able to get into the pit. Does not commit to it. He commits too late, and he is just going to be taken out. Ray's trying to do as much damage as possible over the wall. Actually, Kevy managing to flash away, but goes into the pit too late. Was not able to pick it up, and now it is a 20-minute Baron here for the side of Frank. They're going to extend their lead even more. Let's see how much they get off of this. And the opportunities for Chiefs quickly dwindling.
Sure, they are running out. Life still picked up for Eminem, has the Ghost now as well. It's going to be really tough for them in that next fight. And I'm not sure if we will get a replay of that, but I think while there was that Scuttle Crab vision, I think Frank started it by going over the wall on a blast cone. And so by the time the Chiefs realized it was a possibility when Pretender started hitting it, it was already so low on health that they couldn't contest. And that's something that I think LCO teams could learn a lot from, is just the proactivity around Baron, because PCS teams start that thing all the time, and they just end up one-shotting it. And while, you know, you can't say the same about the Chiefs comp in this game, I think there were times maybe in the last game where they had picked up the Baron and might have sped up the game quite a bit, but now Eldar dodges out from that. They have to somehow survive this Baron, but it's not easy, because how are they going to find the engage on the Eminem? It doesn't feel like there's any damage or threat that can deal with them at this point. They break one. They're looking for more.
It's going to be on the tags, and noticeably Kenny Shane getting very, very low, but Kevy's stuck in there. Magnet Storm confirms he'll go down. The Whirling Death not able to find the kill. Eminem pops that Feather Storm, gets charmed up, does have to flash away from the knock up there coming through from this Ornn as solo kill. You see it on your screens. He is making a lot of damage happen here onto this mid lane tower, and so many spells have been used. Raze has both Psalms, but not much mana and not all that much health, and especially now that Shockwave lands, this is going to be the inhib going down. Frank breaking open the base now, 23 minutes in, and they're rounding out Chiefs here into this bottom side as Eminem lands some auto attacks onto Bayer. Panther, not the most damage in the world, and solo kill being an absolute menace. It's going to be a flash forward. Kaiwing does get stunned up under the tower. They do manage to find the one kill. Kaiwing going down, but it's Pretender. It's Eminem. Everything's coming up. Frank. Raze is trying to do the damage, but it's too little, too late. 4 members down here on the side of the Chiefs. It's only Raze left, but with this Baron, it should be Frank who take down Chiefs in 4 games. Maybe they have what it takes. There are no respawn timers. Only Aladoric coming back as Raze being looked at. He might even just go down. In fact, he will. It's an ace. It's 6-0-4, 5-0-5. And Frank managed to do it in 4.
4 games later, 24 minutes in this one, they pick up the series. It wasn't the cleanest one, but they've got to be happy with the win. And it's a sad way for Chiefs to go out at the end of the day. But I think they can be much happier with their performance in the PCS this time around because, well, they doubled their wins from the previous split. And also, they gave us that game 3, and I'll always thank them for that.
Yeah, that was an absolute banger of a game. But unfortunately, this will be the end of their run. I guess, to look at Frank now, they look okay. I mean, up against J-Team, I think you have to play a whole lot better to be able to take out that win. Something we'll talk about later. But I guess in this game, really, MVP will probably go to Eminem.
I think so.
He played pretty well, picked up a triple kill, and that really was just the beginning of the end, because not only did he pick up a triple kill, it was first blood acquired within that, and taking out Draven with all those stacks. And Draven did get a kill thereafter, but unfortunately, after losing all those stacks, it was a bit too little too late, and it really was, this game truly was just the Frank show.
I think so, and I wasn't a huge fan of the Chiefs draft. I feel like the solo AP Arya is not particularly good. And as well, I feel like it's just hard to be Raze in that game. I mean, it's hard to be any AD carry, right? The reality of versing something like Rel, Leona, Jace is it's going to be tough no matter what you pick, but I think maybe if you had a bit more range, it could have been better. Ultimately, though, I do think it was gameplay that cost them the most. I think something that Chiefs kind of fumbled the whole series long was choosing which fights are actually good for them. Because I think there's a couple philosophies you can approach it with. You can see it from, we will take every fight, and if we're better, we'll win. And I think there is some merit to that. If you're really good as a team at team fighting, you can win a lot of fights that you perhaps shouldn't. I think there's also, you can see it as, if we only take fights that are favored to us, we only fight at those times where our comp is really good or we're hitting our spikes, you are just going to win a lot more fights, even if your execution isn't as clean. And I think Chiefs, maybe the way they play in OS is they just fight all the time, and they're a stronger team, they have stronger individuals, it tends to work. But I think here at PCS, some of the fights they've been choosing, they've been at bad times, and they haven't executed well to get them across the line.
Yeah, that is the unfortunate reality of what we saw in this series. And yeah, I don't know, it did feel like, especially in that last game, Frank just really had the Chiefs' number. I mean, the Udyr, it had a bit of a quiet one, but noticeably it meant Biopanther never got to play the game. And then, of course, that fight that happened around the mid-game, where it was just the triple kill picked up by Eminem. It was noticeably, Kize was trying to find an angle on the Ari, but just got eliminated from that team fight. Pretender looking very, very good on the Jace. And I do have to question the giving over the Jace, because you saw it in game number 2, he looked really, really good. And we did it again here, and again, he looked really, really good. And while maybe Eminem was the guy that was truly the X factor, getting them across the line and doing as much damage as he was doing in those team fights, it felt a little bit pointless giving over the Jace, and almost you feel like it might have been worth just giving over the Kai'Sa instead. I mean, it's very hard to say, but it did seem like in this series that the Jace played a very big impact on their wins. And the Kai'Sa game, obviously they won that too, but they also had the Jace, and the Jace was doing so much in that game as well. But I mean, too little too late now, really. And I think, as you kind of touched on, you should be proud of yourselves if you're the Chiefs, because
I think so.
You sit in the LCO region, you can only really scrim LCO teams, and the teams over here in the PCS, they get to scrim people from China, Korea, LJL. They have a whole lot of variety where they can scrim. They're very solid scrim partners, and the LCO coming over here, and the Chiefs picking up a win against Frank, picking up a win against DCG. It's something to be proud on, and it's something that you can work to do better on next year.
Yeah, I don't think it's impossible for LCO teams to beat PCS teams by any means. I think that a lot of the time it does just come down to more solid drafts or fixing up those champion pools. And I think team fight execution is going to be a big one for teams to go away and look at. And I think, to your point, it is just much harder to practice those things when you don't have access to as high quality scrims or as high quality solo queue. At the same time, you've just got to kind of accept those as reality and try and make it no matter what.
Yeah, absolutely. But I guess looking at Frank, they're coming up against J-Team next, and I think the scariest part of this, I mean, they have a 1-to-1 head-to-head in the regular split, but noticeably, the win that Frank pulled up was against a full AP team comp coming out of J-Team. So I don't think we're going to see that again.
Doesn't seem like it.
J-Team aren't the greatest at drafting. I will say that seems to be where they fall short quite a lot. I mean, the full AP, the last series they had against Beyond, they were giving over Kai'Sa to Betty 3 games in a row, and it felt pretty pointless to do so, even giving BYG pretty much their perfect comps a lot of the time. And so it is, I think, a game that Frank can win. I do highly favor J-Team, especially after seeing today.
Yeah, I think I can sort of agree with that. It's hard to get a read on J-Team because did they lose to Beyond just because they gave over Betty Kai'Sa 3 times, or was Beyond really the real deal? Because I think there is an argument that J-Team might still be a better team than Beyond. Yeah, I know it's weird to say given that they fell 0-3, but giving over Betty his best champ and the best player on the roster feels like
the best champ on the patch.
Exactly. It feels just such a mistake. So we'll have to see how J-Team and Frank go up against each other, but I am glad at least that while this series and maybe the series tomorrow didn't go the length, didn't go the full 5 games, they were more competitive, I think. And I hope tomorrow's one. What will it be? DCG CFO? Is that the one?
Yes.
Yeah. I think that'll be a good one
CFO.
too.
But yeah, absolutely. I mean, we'll talk about that later as we come to the schedule. But we'll take a look at some replays now from this game. And this should be pretty much just all coming up, Frank, really.
Yeah, I think this fight, you don't want to say it lost them the game because, of course, you never lose the game from one single fight. But if there was a fight to lose you the game, this one was pretty close because it's 3 kills on Desire. You lose the stacks on the Draven. And I think The Ari compared to Jace in this fight, the amount of impact of a chapter Ari compared to a Dirk Jace and level 8 versus level 7 is pretty ridiculous. So I'm not sure why Chiefs felt the need to fight for this, because I don't think it was really in their best interests. I think the way you want this is, you get prio from the Ari and then you fight somewhere without the Jace, and I mean, the damage really tells the full story.
Yeah, that's absurd. I mean, it was really just once they got ahead, you can't really do much as the Chiefs, because, sure. I mean, what does Draven want to do? He kind of just wants to run forward and look to follow up on the likes of the Ornn, Viego, and Ari. But when Eminem, especially on Xayah, was so far ahead, you can never really go forward into that champ. It feels really, really impossible, and he will be the MVP. I think that makes a lot of sense. And despite it only being, what was it, a 24-minute game, he was up 4.5k gold.
On a Draven as well.
Yeah, on a Draven, who did pick up some stacks there. So really big performance out of him. And I mean, we saw it, the eye test, it certainly passed for me in terms of this game. And it was the only game he played Xayah, but it's certainly something I think J-Team have to be worried about. Obviously, everyone pretty much plays the Xayah at this point, especially if you're an AD carry main. You've probably gone through 7 different iterations of Xayah being meta.
Does feel like she's just one of those champs that always remains relevant. And I'm sad we didn't get to see it, but just before this, he was very close to dying, and he had a really clutch flash away from Aladoric. So well played to him. Nice performance, of course.
Yeah, that man on your screen, on our screen, Eminem. I'm very interested because I think last split, Eminem in particular, looked really, really solid as an AD carry. And now given it was sort of the meta where it was the Lulu Zeri and Nami Lucian and whatnot, I'll have to see now. I mean, this series, I think he had a very good game. Even the game they lost, he really was the guy that almost brought that very late team fight together for them. But that will do us for our series. It was 3-1 in favor of Frank. Stick around, though, because we'll go to a short little break, and once we're back, we will have an interview with the MVP of the series.
好想吃花雕鸡面哦，可是还在加班。阿嬷，
加班也能来碗酒香补一补哦。
就是这味道，
这碗花雕鸡面帮你补身又补心，
好满足哦。
还有麻油鸡面，赶走你疲累的寒意。要不要再来碗花雕酸菜牛肉面？暖心酒香的丰盛美味，台酒酒香经典系列。
这不就是我们以前常吃的3杯鸡啊！现在好想吃哦。
笑脸嘞，要不要来碗3杯鸡风味干面？来，跟回味一起拜。
就是这味道，
这碗浓郁咸香的酱，搭着葱花，再加上 Q 弹弹的面条，再淋上招牌米酒，吼吼。
这真是记忆中的美味啊！重现记忆中的街边美味，海酒面摊系列。
难得皇上莅临蒙古，臣等备好贡品向皇上进献。
好想吃哦！
特此线上，此为酒香蒙古锅牛肉面，
就是这味道，浓郁的汤头为牛臀骨风味，还有孜然香，淋上5加皮料理酒，更有层次。这真是宫廷御膳顶级享受。
台酒御膳堂酒香蒙古锅牛肉面。
Hi everyone, Joey here, and joining me is Kai Wing from Frank Esports. Please say hello to everyone watching. Hello， 大家好，我是 Joey， 今天也很荣幸邀请到 Kai Wing 来参加我们。那 Kai Wing 跟大家打个招呼。
Hello， 大家好，我是 我是 FAK 的辅助凯瑞。
Alright, so first off, congrats on the win today. How was the preparation for Chiefs like for you guys? Since they were from the Oceanic region, which you guys only get to face in playoffs. 首先恭喜 FAK 今天获胜。你们是如何为了不同赛区的 CHF 做准备的？毕竟只有在季后赛才会交手。
我觉得虽然我们季后赛是第6名，但是其实我觉得这个有个隐藏的小优势，就是这个他们欧洲队对吗？还是对，他们会先跟我们的第3、第4名打，所以我们可以先参考这个波舞，然后再去做一个调整决策或是 ban pick 这种。
Although we didn't get to meet them on the regular season, we actually had an advantage because they have to play against other PCS team before facing us. So that was the advantage that we had against them. All right. What was the communication like after losing the second dragon fight in game 1? How do you guys manage to come back in the game? 当你们第一把第2条龙团战输的时候，你们有做什么沟通跟调整？是如何在逆风局打回来？
因为首先呢，那个输是因为加了很多一些很复杂的沟通问题，然后就变成是莱昂子。但是因为输了之后，我们就冷静下来，全部人先冷静下来，然后好好说，我们这些英雄好好发育，撑到后面应该是还能够赢的。因为看起来他们后面的打团应该没有比我们厉害，所以我们就努力就把我们的装备拉起来，然后迎接接下来的团战。
So for game 1, there was a lot of mistakes made by us. That's why we were behind in game 1. But then we come down and we talk about the late game. We know we're going to win the engages. We know we're going to win the late game. So we just had to play slowly and play towards the late game and team fight. All right. In game 2, Kai Wing, you did a 5-man out at Herod fight. And FAK took total control of the game from Theron. How's the team atmosphere like after the 5-man out? 凯瑞，你在第2把的时候，先锋团有开了一个5人大绝。那比赛的时候，比赛打完这波后，你们也很顺利。那请问当下你队友看到这5人大有什么样的反应？有没有很嗨呢？
可能当时我比较激动了，因为我开到的时候我就知道这波要赢了，所以我就说赢了。然后可能他们当时比较专注在操作上或是一些收割上，所以比较冷静。他们来说的话。
So when I did the 5-man out, the team atmosphere was actually very chill. I was the only one very hype. The rest were concentrating on their mechanics, and I was the only one shouting and being very happy and high. All right, 最后一个问题就是 so last question of the day. Today's victory means you guys will face off J Team this Sunday. Are you guys confident going against J Team? And will we see something different from Frank Esports? 那最后一个问题就是你们今天拿下了比赛，也代表你们这礼拜天会对上 J Team。你们有自信拿下这把胜利吗？还有有没有机会看到 FAK 拟出不同的战术？
我觉得啦，今天 J Team 现在的队员们看到今天我们这个波舞应该是很开心的，所以我觉得，但是同时啦，我们也会相对的去调整，我们把我们应该要拿出来的东西拿出来，所以我觉得是有自信拿下 J Team。
So I think after today's game, J Team should be very happy watching our game because we played pretty badly, but we'll do our best against J Team this Sunday, and I believe we can get a win. That's it for today's interview. Thank you, Kai Wing, for joining us, and I will pass it back to the caster desk. 谢谢收看我们赛后访问，让我们把时间交回给主播台。
谢谢。
Wow,
we're back.
J Team should feel pretty happy
that was
about
funny.
today's game.
He's a bit aware.
Yeah.
They had some good moments.
They did.
Like it wasn't clean, but they had some pop-off moments.
The 5-man ult in which he was happy, but no one else was.
They were focusing.
That's right, true, and fair enough as well. But I mean, yeah, I think now importantly that will do us for the Chiefs and the PCS and the LCO as a whole. Chiefs, admittedly, played a pretty good time over here. I think picking up a win against DCG was unexpected, but they managed to do it. And while maybe you could have argued they had the opportunities here to win against Frank, weren't able to do it, but importantly did pick up more wins here in the summer split than they did in the spring. And there are your results on your screen. I think if anyone missed this series, and you're just coming to us now and finding out the result, go back and watch game number 3. I don't care if you're an LCO fan or a PCS fan, because that game was an absolute banger.
Yeah, I think if you're a League of Legends fan,
Yeah.
you'll enjoy that game because it was so much action crammed into, I want to say, a short time of 44 minutes. That's what it felt like because
Yeah.
it was just non-stop. So incredible game, and I think one of the best games that I've ever seen here in the PCS. So
Yeah, certainly. And our playoff bracket, of course, we have just finished our games between Frank and Chiefs. Frank picking it up means on Sunday they go up against J-Team. But tomorrow, back here at 9 p.m. New Zealand, I think it's 5 p.m. over in Taiwan, it will be CFO up against DCG. And I don't know how to predict that one. That one seems like it truly can go either way. CFO looking good against Team Bliss, but how good does that mean they're really looking? It's pretty hard to truly tell. And DCG, they got 3-0'd by PSG, and it was fairly convincing. So I really don't know who I favor in that matchup. It does, as I think, I don't remember who it was. I think it was Chelsea yesterday said. It really depends on how Mission performs.
Yeah, I think that's very true. DCG, they are built off the back of him. I think for me, when I predict that series, I probably will just flip a coin. Because I think they're two very coin flip teams, to
Yeah.
be fair. So I think that's a good method.
Quite often it's like, which team will shoot themselves in the foot
That's
first?
right.
Because they honestly, both of them function fairly similarly, not so much in champions or anything like
Yeah.
that, but they often get ahead early, and then there are some very questionable plays made later that flip it for the other side. And so we might just see a 10-game series, but it's all packed within 5 or even 3 games where constant flips back and forth. But it's something to look forward to tomorrow. And I think today's playoffs, today's games even, if we can see something similar to this tomorrow, but perhaps closer in the other games, we could have a very good show on our hands.
We could.
Yeah. But that will do us now, and unfortunately with that, the LCO teams will be headed back over to Australia. And I think it was a valiant effort from them this time, but we will no longer see them. Thank you to our sponsors, of course, Riot Games, Carry Live, and TTL brand Ramen, where you can look to their website to pick those ones up for yourself.
想吃花雕鸡面哦，可是还在加班。
阿妈，加班也能来碗酒香补一补哦。
就是这味道，
这碗花雕鸡面帮你补身又补心，
好满足哦。
还有麻油鸡面，赶走你疲累的寒意。要不要再来碗花雕酸菜牛肉面？暖心酒香的丰盛美味，台酒酒香经典系列。
这不就是我们以前常吃的三杯鸡？哇，现在好想吃哦。
笑脸嘞，要不要来碗三杯鸡风味干面？来，跟回味一拜。
就是这味道，
这碗浓郁咸香的酱，搭着葱花，再加上 Q 弹弹的面条，再淋上招牌米酒，吼吼。
这真是记忆中的美味啊！重现记忆中的街边美味台酒面摊系列。
难得皇上莅临蒙古，臣等备好贡品向皇上进献。
好想吃哦！
特此献上，此为酒香蒙古锅牛肉面，
就是这味道，浓郁的汤头为牛臀骨风味，还有孜然香，淋上5加皮料理酒，更有层次。这真是宫廷御膳顶级享受。
台酒御膳堂酒香蒙古锅牛肉面。
You ain't in the game too weak. Make them feel the pain too deep. Tell them get out the kitchen, you can't take the heat. Hey, what I'm doing